World Craft Council as a juror on a number of Craft City evaluations. And our first session today is actually to do with Craft Cities, and which is a very important program that the World Craft Council follows. I just also wanted to inform everyone that we are recording these sessions, and they will subsequently be available on social media in case any of you wants to share them with your colleagues or your friends or anybody else. So don't pick your noses. You don't know when the camera might be on you. All right. So before we start the panel itself and I introduce you to the panelists, we have the privilege of actually having the Deputy Mayor of Panjakent with us. Panjakent is in Tajikistan. And they are one of our newer entrants into our Craft City program. She just wanted to say a few words, and therefore I felt that it would be a privilege to listen to her. So I would, before we begin, request Ms. Parveena Nakibi to come on stage and just say a few words. Thank you.
محترم حاضرین گرامی، سراول میناداری خود و هیئت نمایندگان جمهوری تاجیکستان را و تشکیل کنندگان این چهاربینی مهم و محتشم، مخصوصاً به پرزیدنت شورای جهانی هنرمندی جناب سعد القدومی، رئیس ریاست جمعیت الصدو خانم شیخه بیبی دوج الجبر الصباح، به دبیر کلی شورای ملی فرهنگ، صنعت و ادبیات دولت کویت دکتر محمد کا الجسر میرسانم.
I will help with translation, if you don't mind. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of myself and the delegation of Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the organizers of this important and prestigious event, in particular to the President of World Craft Council, Mr. Saad Al-Kadumi, the Chairperson of the Board of Al-Sadu Society, Her Excellency Sheikha Bibi Douaj Al-Jaber Al-Sabah, and the Secretary General of the National Council for Culture, Art and Letters of the State of Kuwait, Dr. Mohammed Ka Al-Jasar.
باعث سرفرازی است که در کشور دوست کویت ما نمایندگان جمهوری تاجیکستان یک رویداد مهم فرهنگی که سالی سپری گردیده اعتراف گردید معرفی می نماییم.
It's a great honor for us to representative of the Republic of Tajikistan to present in the friendly country of Kuwait a significant cultural achievement that was internationally recognized last year.
از جانب شورای جهانی هنرمندی که با یونسکو علاقه‌مندی دارد، قبول شدن قطعنامه ها در مورد اعتراف شهر پنجکن همچون شهر جهانی هنرهای دستی برای سوزنی‌دوزی دلیل جایگاه خاصه میراث و ارزش‌های فرهنگی و معنوی تاجیکان در تمدن عمومی بشری میباشد.
The adoption of resolution by the World Craft Council affiliated with UNESCO recognizing the city of Panjaken as a World Craft City handicraft with Suzani embroidery is a clear testament of the special place of the cultural and spiritual heritage of the Tajik people within the world civilization.
پنجکند یکی از قدیمترین شهرها در آسیای مرکزی، از قدیم الایام مرکز تمدن، فرهنگ و هنر بوده. سوزنی‌دوزی یکی از روشن‌ترین نمونه‌های هنری مردمی آن محسوب می‌یابد.
Panjaken, one of the most ancient cities in Central Asia, has historically been a center of civilization, culture, and craftsmanship.
این هنر در خود تاریخ، زیبایی و جهانبینی ملت تاجیک را تجسم می‌کند.
This craft embodies the history, authentic sensibility, and the worldwide of the Tajik nation.
هر یک نقش و نگار رمز زندگی، آرزو و ذوق بلند زیباپرستی مردم میباشد.
Every pattern and ornament reflects life, inspiration, and the refined artistic taste of the people.
این هنر از نسل به نسل گذشته، امروز به یک عنصر مهم هویت ملی تبدیل یافته است.
Passed down from generation to generation, this craft has today become an essential element of national identity.
اعلان گردیدن پنجکند همچون شهر جهانی هنرهای دستی برای سوزنی‌دوزی نتیجه سیاست فرهنگ پرورانه اساسگذار صلح و وحدت ملی پیشوای ملت پرزیدنت جمهوری تاجیکستان محترم امام علی رحمان می باشد که به حفظ و رشد هنرهای مردمی اهمیت مخصوص می دهد.
The designation of Panjaken as a world craft city for Suzani embroidery is a result of the cultural-oriented policies of the founder of peace and national unity, leader of nation, president of Tajikistan, His Excellency Imam Ali Rahman, who placed particular emphasis on the preservation and development of traditional crafts.
برگزاری این چهاربینی برای معرفی فرهنگ تاجیک در عرصه بین المللی اهمیت خاص دارد.
The organization of this event holds special significance for the promotion of Tajik culture on the international stage.
ما امروز تاجیکستان را همچون کشوری دارای تمدن قدیمی، فرهنگ غنی و هنرهای نادر معرفی می نماییم.
Today we present Tajikistan as a country with an ancient civilization and rich culture heritage and unique traditional crafts.
سوزنی‌دوزی می تواند پل پیوند فرهنگ‌ها گردد و به تحکیم دوستی و همکاری‌های فرهنگی مساعدت نماید.
Suzani embroidery can serve a bridge between cultures and contribute to strengthening friendship and cultural cooperation among nations.
در انجام می‌خواهم تاکید نمایم که اعلان شدن پنجکند همچون شهر جهانی هنرهای دستی برای سوزنی‌دوزی افتخار تمام ملت تاجیک است.
In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the recognition of Panjaken as a world craft city with Suzani embroidery is a source of pride for the entire Tajik nation.
بگذار هنرهای ملی باز هم رشد یابند و باعث دوستی و رفاقت بین همه ملت‌ها و دولت‌ها گردند.
May our national crafts continue to flourish and serve a foundation for friendship and mutual understanding among all people and states.
تشکر برای توجهتون.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So, welcome again to panel one of the second World Crafts Forum being held in Kuwait. We are actually opening this forum with a conversation that sits at the very core of the World Craft Council's mission and at the heart of the World Craft City movement. Today's panel asks a deceptively simple but deeply strategic question. How can crafts function as engines of local economies without losing their soul? A question that we often ask ourselves. In living craft cities, compassion and commerce are not opposites. They are interdependent. This sentence frames our entire discussion. Too often, we are asked to choose culture or economy, heritage or growth, people or markets. World craft cities challenge that false choice. They show us that when compassion is embedded into the economic system, not added later as an afterthought, commerce becomes more resilient, trusted, and sustainable. From cultural add-ons to economic infrastructure is how we need to view this. For decades, crafts have been positioned as cultural add-ons, celebrated in exhibitions, festivals, and brochures, but absent from economic planning. This panel reframes that narrative. Crafts are economic infrastructure. They generate employment, they sustain MSMEs, they anchor tourism, and they support education, skills transmission, and local supply chains. In many cities across Asia, Africa, and Latin America, what we call the Global South, and beyond, crafts are not peripheral to the economy, they are the economy. This is a crucial shift. Compassion in craft economies does not mean subsidy or sentimentality. It means fair remuneration, artisan welfare, cultural dignity, and intergenerational continuity. When artisans are protected, markets gain trust. When identity is respected, products gain value. And when dignity is embedded, systems last. Compassion, therefore, is not a moral extra, it's market intelligence. World Craft Cities are not symbolic titles, they are living laboratories. They test how policy meets practice, heritage meets markets, cities coordinate culture, trade, education, and tourism. Craft success in these cities is by design, not accident. This panel is about surfacing those design principles so other cities can adapt, not imitate what works for them. So we are joined today by three very distinguished panelists who are going to help us explore these notions. And their perspectives span institutions, communities, and markets. We have, starting from my right, Dr. Carol Lopez. She has been very deeply involved in the International Sister City program. She comes to us from very nearby Santa Fe, which is on the other end of the world. And she has also been earlier served as Santa Fe on the Santa Fe City Council. So she's also very well versed with how city councils view craft and how they work in partnership with craft and artisans. She's going to help us bring her experience from museums and cultural institutions that operate as economic ecosystems and where heritage, education, and commerce reinforce each other. So I'm very pleased to welcome my friend and colleague, Dr. Carol Lopez. Next to her, we have Dr. Sonia Soni Khar. I had the privilege of serving on a jury with her. In fact, the Panjakent jury we served together. She's an associate professor at the Symbiosis Institute of Design in Pune, India. She's a researcher and an academician, worked very closely with craftsmen, women communities, especially in Gujarat, in India, in the Bhuj area. And her expertise include design processes, zero waste pattern making, experimental draping, visible mending, and material manipulation. She's going to help us explore how community-led craft economies, particularly in the context of inequality, informality, and social transition, where inclusion is an economic imperative. And her research and academic background will greatly contribute to this debate. Sonik. And on the far right, we have Ikromi Nagina. She hails from Panjakent, so we have an interesting combination here of somebody who was on the jury for Panjakent and someone who's on the other side of the table from Panjakent city. We thought that would be an interesting kind of combination to have. Ikromi is committed to preservation, revitalization, and contemporary position of traditional crafts. She was greatly instrumental in preparing the submission for Panjakent city when it applied for World Craft City. She will hopefully contribute policy to practice perspective, from Central Asia, having worked with artisan databases, women-led enterprises, and fair trade market access. Ikromi Nagina. So together, they allow us to move across scales from city policy to lived artisan realities. This panel will not avoid complexity. It hopefully will address the real tensions that exist in this firmament: growth versus authenticity, market access versus artisan welfare, tourism versus commodification, and scale versus community ownership. And what this panel hopes to deliver at the end of our 50 minutes, or 40 minutes, what's left of it. By the end of this conversation, we aim to position crafts clearly as economic infrastructure. As you know, that the heading of this entire panel across the 9 panels that we have is crafts and the creative economy. And economy is a very important word in that particular sentence. And therefore, in many of the panels, you will find the panelists exploring how craft itself can be put at the very center of the economy. Secondly, we reframe compassion as a driver of viable markets. We offer cities, craft cities, as replicable and not romanticized models, and we link policy decisions directly to real livelihoods. This conversation matters because cities are searching for resilient economies. Young people need meaningful livelihoods. Heritage must remain living and not frozen. And global markets increasingly demand authenticity and ethics. World Craft Cities remind us of something powerful. Culture can create jobs, heritage can drive markets, and dignity can scale. With that, I'm going to invite our panelists to help us explore how crafts, compassion, commerce can work together intentionally, ethically, and sustainably. So thank you very much for these opening words, which I just wanted to put our topic in context and kind of kick off the discussion. I'm going to now move directly into our panelists and grill them.
Very much, Sandeep. It is certainly an honor to be standing before such distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. And it's an honor to be back in Kuwait, a city, country that I love a great deal. My city recently was named a World Craft City. And Santa Fe, New Mexico is the #1 tourist destination in North America, and #7 in the world from Europe in terms of traveling to Santa Fe. As we discuss World Craft Cities, I want to challenge the traditional view of the museums, places where heritage is frozen in time. But in a successful World Craft City, the museum is not just a destination for the past, it is an economic ecosystem. It is a space where heritage, education, and commerce reinforce one another. When we treat crafts as economic infrastructure rather than just cultural add-ons, we change the life of the artisan. Our moderator mentioned a vital truth. In living craft cities, compassion and commerce are not opposites, they are interdependent. In my work with cultural institutions, I have seen that when we embed compassion into the system, commerce becomes more resilient, trusted, and sustainable. Compassion is not a moral extra or charity. It is market intelligence. And what I mean by that are 3 things. 1, artisan welfare and dignity. ensuring the person behind the object is valued as much as the object itself. Secondly, fair remuneration, guaranteeing that the soul of the craft isn't sold for a price that fails to sustain continuity, ensuring we are teaching the next generation to create rather than to just observe. Oftentimes, there's navigating tensions in this system, and we cannot ignore the complexities of this work. We must address the real tensions that were mentioned by Sandeep: growth versus authenticity, and scale versus community ownership. World Craft Cities serve as living laboratories. They prove that we don't have to choose heritage or growth. Success in those cities is by design, not accident. It is a deliberate policy choice to protect artisan rights while opening market access. We manage these tensions by ensuring that the market serves the artisan rather than the artisan being consumed by the market. Let's remember that dignity can scale. Our goal is to provide models for cities that are not merely romanticized, but are replicable blueprints for the future. By positioning crafts as essential economic infrastructure, we provide young people with meaningful livelihoods and ensure our culture remains living. Culture can create jobs, and heritage can drive markets. I look forward to exploring how we can bridge the gap between policy and the lived realities of our artisans. Thank you.
So I'm going to request each of the other two panelists also to give us a brief 3 to 5 minute opening remarks. And then we will. Can you hear me? Is that working? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So I'm going to request the other two panelists also to briefly give us about 3 to 5 minutes opening remarks before we move into a conversation. So, Sonika. Yeah, I think it's working.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here, first of all. Whatever I'm going to talk about today is from the academic angle, because I'm a teacher by profession, and how, crafts are involved in academics. So if we go back, and of course, I'll have an Indian angle to it because that's where I teach. In most of the design institutes, we have a course which is related to craft. Either it is 2 weeks internship, or some of the students go for a bigger project. So I'm going to talk about that angle. And we have actually, since my experience is around 25 years, and if I remember, we keep on sending students, whether from textile design, fashion design, product design. We keep on sending so many students. And one question which is always there in my mind, what do we give back? Our students go there to the artisans, they work there, they eat their food, they live with them, and they come back and do their projects. But how are institutions, giving it back? What are we doing for them? So that's a major question which I have for everyone. That is the one thing which I want to discuss about. And the another thing which is been given to me, like how women enterprises are involved in craft sector and, how they are benefited. So again, talking about my own country, if I talk about the percentage of women which are involved in craft, it is more than 50% of women which are involved in craft, and primarily 70% of them are weavers. So yes, they are involved in that, but how much they are benefited, it is still a question. One last thing which I want, which is given to me, is about the policies which are there, led by government, Indian government. So yes, if I might talk about the number, there are many policies. There's one village, one product, and there are many policies by the National Handicraft Commissioner. Then we also have a lot of like policies where we can actually like support us artisans in terms of some reluctance in buying the raw materials and things like that. So that is the situation we have in India, and primarily since I come from academic background, I feel that it is like a symbiotic thing, it's a triangulation thing which happens between artisan with the design institutes and the designers. And here I would like to talk about a place in India which is in the region of Gujarat, as Sandeep also mentioned, in Bhuj. So I see a very beautiful symbiotic relations between we have National Institute of Design, which is like one of the premier institute in design institute in India, and how symbiotically they are working together with the artisans. And when we go there, if any of you have a chance to visit there, the artisans are not artisans anymore. They are more like entrepreneurs. They know how to sell their products. They know how to market their products. So I see a very beautiful symbiotic triangulation there. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sonika. Nagina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear partners, first of all, I would like also to express my deep gratitude to organizers such of great event. And now, since 2024, Tajikistan is actively collaborating with World Craft Council with one of their projects that it's World Craft Cities. And I would like to just give you in one word that in 2024, from Tajikistan, one city, Istarafshan, with knife makers, got the World Craft City awarded. And this year, as our Deputy Mayor mentioned, Panjaken City with hand embroidery. In this today's event, I would be happy also, I would like to also share how on government level our crafts, handicraft sectors developing, how on private sectors and on level of artisans, and how we combining all of it, crafts, policies, government, private sectors, economic strengthening of them, and we would be happy to share how we combining all of it in order to promote the craft, to preserve it, and to bring it from local to international levels. And once again, thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Nagina. So, Carol, you mentioned the role of museums and how they have transited over time from being purely institutions of preservation to becoming institutions of engagement. And I just wanted you, from your experience, because I've been to Santa Fe and I've seen the museums there, and they're so rich and they're fantastic. What does it take to make that happen? Because I mean, almost every World Craft City that I have been to and we have spoken to, they all would like to have such things because they become magnets for tourism and magnets for commerce. So what does it really take? I mean, where does the inspiration come from? Where does the motivation come from? And how can other cities learn and make it happen?
a very complicated question, but I'll say this, it's the museums themselves, the staff. What people do in museums today is much different than it was 50 years ago, where it was simply chronicling the past. Now our museums are active and involved. In our museums, we're consistently doing demonstrations where we bring artisans in to actually demonstrate aspects of their craft, where there's symposiums held, where there's mini markets being I have to credit the museums themselves and the people that are engaged in this work are incredible because they too have passion. They may not be the artists, but they have a passion for being able to display the work of craftsmen.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to ask you a little bit about how Santa Fe makes commerce happen for artisans, because that's such a critical area in the economy. But I'm going to come back to you on that. So maybe you can think about it while I ask Sonika that, you mentioned something very interesting, that we have to make artisans into entrepreneurs. That's a very interesting statement that you made. And really, if we are able to make artisans into entrepreneurs, then automatically they become, at the heart of the economy as opposed to, charity and compassion. So how do you think this can be achieved? And what is it that, in your experience, you've been doing to catalyze that? Yes.
So actually, when we, when we think of artisan, as trainers, we believe that, we are teaching them something, but I don't feel that's right. They're already aware of their art very well. Like, recently when we had visited Panjakent also, the kind of beautiful embroideries they have created, I think they don't need any additional input on their art. The additional input which is needed is probably, how to make a brand of it, how to market it, how to put it in a public platform. So that is where, we need to intervene. And I feel, maybe, certain kind of collaborations are needed between, some organizations and, institutes where we can put them together. And there are a few examples, back in India. I would like to again give an example of, Kala Raksha Vidyalaya, and there's another institute called Samaya Kala Vidyalaya, and even the government-run institute, we have CID in Kashmir, and we have an institute in Jaipur, where artisans are trained to be designers. And I think that combination run really well, because the skill is already there, the talent is already there. It is only thing which is needed is like, sort of design diversification, how you can make a product which can reach to, certain niche area or niche market, because that's very important. And another thing which I would like to add here, whenever we say any traditional craft, it is related to certain kind of traditions. And, sometimes when we talk to Gen Z, because that's very important, probably, they'll not wear a jacket which is 100 years old. And we have to sort of reinvent it or revise it, because those are the people who are going to buy your crafts. So I think that conversion of, something which is typically traditional to something which is contemporary, that knowledge need to go to these artisans. So that's my take on it as a teacher.
Yeah, thank you. Ikromi, I'm going to come to you, and because you've been involved with government, you've been involved with policy makers, and so I'm going to ask you, as a related question to what Sonika was saying, that apart from knowledge, another important requirement for an artisan to become an entrepreneur is capital, right? I mean, at the end of it, you can learn all the design and you can learn all the skills, etc., but ultimately you need capital. So what, for example, in your experience, have the government done or are doing in order to assist artisans in terms of setting up certain businesses, and how is it that we can ensure that it is done in a fair and equitable manner?
For the sample of Tajikistan, starting since 2017, our president declares this year specially folk crafts year, which it gives the clear sample that on government level, we are interested to develop the craft sector, not only in some cities, but in whole country. Not only Suzani or knife makers, but all the type of crafts. In Tajikistan, we have a lot of types of crafts and a lot of cities and small regions, women's, men's, and people doing crafts work. And then we declare this as a folk crafts year. And the base of this declare, we have been prepared a government program on development, the handicraft development government programs for 5 years. Then another next 5 years. Again, every 5 years we updating these programs. And also additionally, as in Tajikistan, most of the artisans are women. And if you have information that our country is a mountain country, 93% our country are mountains, only 7% land. And of course, most of artisans living in rural areas. So that's why we also promote on government level, not only craft programs, and also development of women entrepreneurship programs, especially for our small women who doing small businesses in rural area. And additional to it, on government level, we every year giving president grants through the Women Committee under the President of Tajikistan to more than 100 women every year receiving the grants for develop their crafts in rural area. And last year's more actively start developing the government private sectors collaborations. For example, in our samples, I am as a private sectors, also as a consultant, really closely working with government, assisting also them, collaborating with them to promote the cities as a craft cities. And through the craft cities, it really helps them, based of getting this award craft cities. We start also developing the not government program, but local program of crafts. It means government programs for certain type of crafts. For example, of Panjaken city, when we were going to apply for World Craft Council to be recognized as a craft cities, we were learn all the documents, requirements. Okay, we said, okay, what we can do to be ready to get this recognition. We start processing the local program of Suzani embroidery programs. The attention to these crafts increased. When we applied, I will be honest, we thought that about 1,000 women in Panjaken doing Suzani embroidery. I said, maybe it is less. But when we got this awarded, we found out that every almost single woman can do these crafts, and they make them motivated that these crafts start active, start promoting, get attention from the side of the government, local municipality. Our international partners, development partners also start supporting, providing them some small projects on these crafts, on this one. And today we are here starting collaborating with Folk Art Market Santa Fe, trying to get our Panjaken Suzani into international market. We start having connections with Dr. Sonika Soni Institute, Symbiose Institute of Design, and this is really helping us to synchronized private, individual artists with government and our development partners.
Good. You've given me
Thank
a
you.
good segue to go back to Carol, since you mentioned about the international folk art market. Carol, before we got into the other part of the conversation, I promised to come back to you, and you can share with us your experience, which is quite extensive, on how really commercial gains can be made to happen for artisans, and how Santa Fe has been so successful in making that happen.
Thank you for that question, because what artisans need are markets. They need places to be able to go and sell their goods. But those markets have to have certain qualities. And the qualities that we're proud of in our community with the folk art market, the Indian market, the Spanish heritage market, we have lots of markets in our community, is where art is focused. Russell John, who is sitting here in front of me, is from Uzbekistan, and he's been a participant in the Santa Fe International Folk Art Market for many, many years. We're celebrating our 24th anniversary, and he'll share with you that artists feel that there's no art market where they are treated better in the world that they attend. And we are focused from the artists, from just bringing food to them, by showing the appreciation that it's not just the object, it's the person behind that object. And I always use this example, how markets preserve culture. A young person in a village may not want to learn to make baskets, but when a young person learns that their grandma just sold a basket for $300, their grandma, can you teach me how to make that basket? And as many of you know, artisans are not creating in a vacuum. It's part of their culture. There's stories that are told. When women are sitting around doing, for example, Sadhu weaving, which I hope you get to go to the Al Sadhu house and you've seen the chance to see some of their work. It's so much fun to hear the women working because they're telling stories from their history, from their traditions. So not only is it the art, but it's the cultural traditions that are preserved. And I may have wandered a little bit on that response.
No, you've not, because you've touched upon another interesting element of the whole thing, is the importance of storytelling in creating that value, in creating that market. Because unless you're able to tell those stories successfully through various speeds that are available today, you're not going to create those markets, right? So I'm going to come back to you, Nagina, and you were making an interesting point about the role we can play in promoting entrepreneurship. And since you mentioned Rasulji and Jamshidji, who are sitting in the audience from Uzbekistan, I must ask you all, pick their brains during coffee, and they have a wonderful incubation center that I had the privilege to see in Tashkent, and how they and what they do in order to encourage the transition of artisans from design into commerce. We're kind of meandering towards the close of our conversation. So before we reach there, I would like to open the floor to anyone in the audience who may like to. Yes, pick, please. Can we get her a mic there, maybe? Yeah, just. Pick, I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat the question.
The question's for you,
You as in?
Ekomi.
Okay.
Why do you think that your government or your country put so much attention about the development of craft? Why? Why do you think?
I can say there is a few reasons. One, first, it is when we talk about preserving heritage culture, it can be developed without promoting it. or if it's not protected on government level or based of some policies, if we don't have any policies. And second, it is crafts working with design. It is jobs for people, for our rural area, mostly for women, providing job possibilities. That's why we also look at crafts not only like something our cultural heritage, tradition also, and it is also something connected with our also nature. It is making eco-friendly products because all the artisans, almost maybe more than 90% that do crafts in Tajikistan, based of their regions, there is special type of art crafts in special type of regions. They using the natural resources. They don't need to import from other countries some raw material, some plastic, some chemical. They sit at home and they need to do something.
Yeah.
So that's why it has an economic reason, it has cultural also reason, and of course producing the local products.
And I would like to add, it's also to adding beauty on the craft. It's not
Yes.
just an object.
Yes, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yes,
And it's very interesting of, at international level
yes.
to see as well your country in Paris, in Brussels, or in Europe in general.
Yes, that's why we are today here to start having connections to the world.
Sumesh.
Thank you, Sandeep, for this wonderful panel, and also all the panelists have added so much of value. I have two strategic questions which I would like to ask. The first is
Would you
that...
want to name the panelists to whom you asked?
No. In general, anybody can answer. My first question is that when you talk about Craft City, what is in terms of mid-term, short-term, and long-term goals, how they can really build that as an international, center for craft tourism and sourcing? That is one. And second is, we always see that there are stakeholders to the city, municipal corporation, government, industry, tourism bodies, people at large, who also contribute to a larger segment. So how do you look at, what are the contributions you expect from each of the stakeholders of a city to build the city as an international city? So these are two questions I have.
And I'll add to your second question, and who should have the authorship to coordinate that to make it happen?
Well, that was interesting what you added on there. I think it's the total society is responsible for having this all happen, but I think it's just providing for the economic livelihood of artisans and respecting their work and creating markets. I keep coming back to markets because unless artists have a meaningful market where they can go and sell their goods, but not only sell their goods, but explain the cultural significance of their goods. We know what causes people to buy something at a market. The Santa Fe International Folk Art Market has spent a lot of time studying these things. So we know how someone buys. We know that they have to connect with their heart, with the artist, and with the object. It's not just the objects being displayed. It's the artist standing there and being able to tell the stories, being able to look the buyer in the eye. And that's what causes people to connect with their heart, to say, I want to buy this. I want to take this home as a treasure. Because it's not just the object, it's the story behind that object that really makes the whole process work.
So, Nigina, I'm going to ask you to answer his first question, which is, since you just kind of become a craft city, so what should be your short-term, medium-term, and long-term goal after you become a craft city?
When we prepare all application process, not all people understood, okay, we get this award, it is cool, it is good, Now we have international award, we have World Craft City. All the population were happy in Panjaken, for example, of Panjaken City. But when we accepted our jury members' during evaluation, we organized a meeting, good meeting, official meeting with our mayor city of Panjaken. And on the day of award, when Mr. Saad, president of VCC, Mr. Saad was making speech, he said that it's not only award, it's your responsibility. So after the jury member made the evaluation, we got the long report with a lot of recommendations. So based on these recommendations, now we start making really good programs of developing of crafts in Panjaken City. For example, we start now working on branding of Suzani Panjaken to make it brand in order to promote it. Because as Ms. Carol shared, on behind of each artisans, it is one story. It is our tradition, culture. But and for today's day, it's really important. It is their family, their kids also. And it's not less more than important also to pass their crafts to future generations also. And also to promoting also local materials as well. How we make our embroidery through our silkworms, where grow silkworms in a rural area, who work there? Of course, women mostly, and people living there. So it's all connected to each other. So, yes.
Yeah, so in fact, a good point you mentioned, and it is something that one has spoken about often when we interact with craft cities or cities which have become craft cities, the importance of branding. See, because what happens is if you, let's say Suzani embroidery, for example, you become a craft city for Suzani embroidery, what stops anyone from claiming, I'm Panjaken Suzani embroidery? Because you suddenly got an international focus on yourself, right? So first is that you have to create that branding and create that preference for that embroidery from that craft city. And then second is, how do you protect it? Through certification systems or through, seals of excellence and so on and so forth. So I think those are important considerations that craft cities need to have in the short run. That first protect your turf and then invite the world in. And sorry, you were wanting to say something?
I just wanted to, can you turn this off?
Maybe.
I just want to mention that the other element, I've talked about the artists, I've talked about the markets, but you need buyers. And how do you get buyers to your community? Fortunately, my community is the #1 tourist destination in North America. We sought to become a world craft city so we could increase the tourism, which increases the buyers, because buyers are the critical element. Sometimes I get so sad when I travel around the world and go to markets and there's no buyers. So as we're creating these models, we have to think about how are we attracting our buyers? How are we gaining prestige for our market?
Yeah, otherwise people will get disillusioned very soon. I mean, you'll have all the excitement that is there at the time when you become adjudged as a craft city, and then people will get all excited by it, do all kinds of things, invest their money, invest their time, and then say, now what do I do? Yeah, so that's getting buyers is very important, and I think tourism is an important catalyst to make that happen. Yeah. And sorry, just to complete one to its second part of your question. I think everybody has a role, like Carol rightly mentioned. I don't think there is any one person, because at the end of it, the benefit will also come to everybody. And somewhere somebody needs to educate the local communities that it's a win-win for everyone if they all participate. Yeah? So I'm sorry, but we're kind of running short of time. Sorry, you have another question. One last, we'll have two more questions. I know we started a little late, so we can overstretch a little. Two more questions, and then we'll wrap it up.
Hello, good morning to all. Uh, it's a very interesting discussion, and I wanted to comment from our experience how we put together the collective, the SEDU, after some setbacks. The words I want to use, you use compassion, not charity. I like the idea of artisans as entrepreneurs, and the designers. So, I mean, from our experience, we wanted a framework for the craft to grow. And I was told about the late Justine Demija. So when I contacted her and we talked, and she brought these points, the first thing she said was that crafts are not charity. You should not treat them as charity. You should not support them. No, you should make them compete in today's industry. So this is very important. When you say also about having crafts as, I think crafts and artisan needs a face. That's when branding comes. So it's very important in our world today with the speed, marketing and all that. So I think it's the story, the face is a story. So I am just stressing some of the very good points you did and what we followed in our work with SEDU. So I think it's very important that, and what I wanted to add is compassion is going back to our shared humanity. This is what compassion is. It's not commerce, it's not money, it is the shared humanity that we should really focus on. Humans everywhere have needs. I mean, there's communities, and our mind works the same way. Our hearts, but I think with the speed of things going, things might be a bit too cold. We have to put the warmth again, and that's through stories and emphasizing the humanity that our shared humanity, this is what binds us together. So I think it was very insightful to hear all your stories and experience and work. And to me, that's very, very important, especially with the competition, machine-made. I mean, that's the main thing, handmade and machine-made. And crafts, this is the strong story that has to be really told. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Is there a last question before I ask the panelists to say just their closing statements? All right, so let's move into the closing. So I'm going to request each panelist, starting from Ikromi there, to just say your concluding remarks, if you have a minute or so, just to sum up what you would like to, the thought you would like to leave with everybody.
Okay. Again, just I would like to bring my deep gratitude. And we don't stop on 2 cities in case of Tajikistan. And we already have in mind some other cities in Tajikistan in order to be recognized as a world craft city. For example, we have Kulab. There is a lot of another type of embroidery, Chakan. Chakan embroidery is recognized already in UNESCO World Heritage. You can search it on internet. You can get a lot of information. And I would like to say that we are ready for collaboration. We are
Thank you.
Thank you
Ikromi.
very much, yes.
Thank you for
Again.
being here. And Sonika?
I think ma'am has summed it up for us very well. And there are three things which I think are very important. Sensitivity, you just said, collaboration and inclusivity. So I think we are together in this, whether, artisans, craft clusters, design institutes, government bodies, or any non-government bodies. So I think whatever we are doing, for the benefit of craft, we have to do it together and for the benefit of all of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sonika.
I'd like to conclude my remarks by saying, take the time while you're here to learn more about Sadhu weaving and what has been accomplished. The story behind what has happened in this country is amazing. Here we had a craft that had started to become lost, and some dedicated women, including, that got together and said, we're going to bring this craft back. Learn their story, because their story can be replicated around the world. And I'm just so proud that we're here today and we can firsthand learn about Sadhu weaving. Here was a craft that had fallen by the wayside, and now it's rediscovered and it's rekindled a spirit, a storytelling that goes back generations in Kuwait. It's the perfect example and probably a great source of study as a case history on what can happen. So please take the time to learn about the Sadhu weaving and what their experience is, because it's truly a remarkable story. And the one other thing I wanted to say is I love being around forums with the World Craft Council, because one thing we all share in common is we have big hearts and we have open hearts, and we want to learn about each other and appreciate each other's journeys. Thank you, Sandeep.
Thank you,
For
Carol.
a great job as a moderator.
So in closing, before we move to our next very exciting panel, which I'm dying to see from the audience, what we heard today is clear. Crafts are not marginal cultural activities, they are economic infrastructure. And when cities invest in artisans, markets, and education, together crafts generate jobs, dignity, tourism, and social cohesion. Compassion and commerce are not opposites, which I think all our panelists agreed. They reinforce each other. When policy, governance, and community leadership align, World Craft cities show us that local heritage, when supported by the right systems, can drive inclusiveness and resilience and make local economies resilient. So thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. And now let's move into our next panel, where we have Dr. Koshi, who is going to be moderating that panel. And like I said, I'm looking forward to sitting in the audience.
Can I show my slides? He's starting it. He has to start it.
Yeah, but afterwards.
Your slides are there.
Okay, great. I just need to go past my mic.
Yeah.
Şu dedim amacım, nazlı da çok.
Where is the one? This one.
Yeah, this, no, you can use this. Use this. You can use this clicker. And,
This one?
Yeah, that's it. I've removed those 3 slides.
Okay, thanks.
So go straight into this.
Yeah.
But keep the other one on right now.
Yes. But I, yeah. Glass of water. On the tie.
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. We are on to the next panel. Stand up and sit down. Move your body a bit. Get set. It's very cold inside. Yes, please. May I request the panelists to come up on stage while Marcus has just gone for a bio break. And of course now Lubna. Sheikh Hafauz, Lubna, Saif Abbas, Marcus Hopperger. We'll just wait for a second for Marcus to come back. Yes, she is back.
Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. We are in this exciting city of Kuwait. I want to place a little bit of context today. Kuwait has, and the Sadu House, Sheikh Habibi is here, and they have led the way in terms of collaborating with the World Craft Council to bring this second edition of World Craft Forum to this exciting city. Kuwait is in a period of great celebration. As you know, in 2025, December, just a couple of months ago, in New Delhi, in the 20th Intergovernmental Forum, Diwania from this Kuwait has been included now as the UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage. I think it goes for a clap to celebrate this great event. Before that, in 2022, the Sadu weaving was recognized as an intangible cultural heritage. As the World Craft City. And therefore, it would assume that we are actually seeing the creative economy in action. And you would also probably know, towards the end of last year, the Kuwait government created for the first time the Creative Economy Department. Probably the second government after Indonesia, and probably third, Colombia, Indonesia, and Kuwait. So I think that again is a great celebration of the creative economy concept at play. For us, an Indian, I must say that yesterday, the Honorable Finance Minister of Government of India, in the maiden, in the Sunday speech, probably first time on a Sunday, the budget session was presented, and for the first time, the word orange economy got into the lexicon of Indian government's budget. They have not only allocated substantial amount for the ABGC sector, the animation, visual effects, graphics, and others, films, cinema, all this, but also has given additional funds for the Creative Technology Institute being set up in Mumbai. So, the orange economy word getting into a budget speech of the government of India signifies a major change in the air of accepting creative ideas and creator content and creative industries as a mover and shaker of the economy. Now, how did this, because it is important that we understand the terminology a bit more before we get into today's session. John Hawkins, when he wrote the book in 2001 on how to make money from ideas, the creative economy, it was the first time that the world saw the word creative economy being used as in a book by an author. It was a British author, as you know. And subsequently, in 2013, creative economy word got a new color, which was orange economy, because the culture minister of Colombia and the president of Colombia together wrote the book, The Creative Economy, The Infinite Possibility. So obviously, we have seen it has taken some time for these ideas to evolve. Personally, I am happy because my book, just when I was leaving the National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, where I was director for about a decade, Rowley Books published my book, Indian Design Edge, which had a subtitle written 16 years ago, Strategic Insights for Success in the Creative Economy. So when I stand before you in 2026, 2nd of February, I feel particularly delighted that the position which I took, that design should play a role with crafts, should act as levers of creative economy. I can see during my lifetime those changes happening in a significant, dramatic manner. So when we chose this topic after considerable discussion, it was also prompted by the meeting we had with Shaikha Bibi in Director General of National Council for Culture, Arts and Letters in Kuwait, when we got to know the launch of the Creative Economy Department in Kuwait. So that prompted us and more confident to take this topic, a little advanced topic today, and shift the axis from purely seeing craft as a lonely battle of, Madam said about machine-made versus handmade. So handmade versus mass-produced is a battle in the global marketplace, where it seemed that craft may lose the battle at some point in time. But thanks to the work of all of you and the 408 UNESCO Creative Cities and 83 World Craft Councils, World Craft Cities, there are now active magnets around the globe which are attracting the talent of crafts to find its way going forward. So I'm very delighted today to invite our panelists to discuss this topic a little larger. Before I make some basic opening remarks, I would like to introduce the panelists because they are the key to the success of this. May I introduce Sheikha Faus Ahmed Al Sabah. I hope I'm correctly pronouncing. She has made some wonderful, award-winning media platform documenting, analyzing the Arab Gulf's creative industry since 2009. So it probably was just after 2008 when my book came out. I feel very happy that we have a partner in arms who had already thought about creative industry since 2009. So it is great that she is committed to expanding opportunities for youth, creatives, entrepreneurs, and she has led Kuwait's first creative economy strategy in partnership with the National Council for Culture, Arts and Letters. And hopefully, probably that is the reason your report and your help led to this formation of the new Creative Economy Department itself, which is a great achievement. Marcus Hopperger a very senior director of the World Intellectual Property Organization, has been a friend since my National Institute of Design days, and I was fortunate to have been invited by him and his team in different places around the world, starting with the beautiful city of Venice, I remember, in the Dodgers Palace, to Chile and to the room of the WIPO Governor General Frank Gehry, if I recall correctly. Frank Gehry was he? Francis Gehry, yeah. So in his room we had this meeting. So Marcus is an outstanding contributor to strengthening the intellectual property framework around the world. And I think it is a great delight for us to have him part of this panel. And I personally believe the intellectual property, like the GI tagging or the trademark registrations, especially GI tagging in my personal view, has led to a premium being generated by the craft people. Just now we heard from craft cities about their craft, whether it is a embroidery, whether it is Rishtan or Shakir Khan or Rasul Bhai doing work for Oscar de la Renta on ikat work. All these have happened because of the GI tagging which has happened to those places. So I think it is very important for us to listen to him. And then Lubna Saif Abbas, she is focused on design and representing the Yadavi collective. Lubna Saif Abbas brings a practice rooted in glass, design, and contemporary and traditional fine craft work. Her work bridges traditional techniques spanning glassmaking, beadwork, textiles, clay, with fresh market-aware perspectives that speak to today's creative landscape. So we are glad to have this fantastic panelists today to explore this very interesting topic. Okay, I get very dry when I travel, so I hope you will pardon my sipping the water off and on. Now I'm just going to deviate a bit because I had a very interesting word from madam from the audience asked this question about the framework. So I believe that, while we lead this discussion in the 2 days, the framework which you are actually traveling through should be kept in mind so that you understand. It's like a map of understanding these 9 panels, though Sandeep has mentioned in some detail, but I will just take a minute to put this in the structure. I would propose to keep in your mind 10 P's. The first P is preservation. And Dr. Carol Lopez's today's outstanding presentation about museums. I think that is the key to understanding that the preservation has shifted being just pickled craft in some bottles or some places in museums to big museums becoming not only the preservers but active proponents of creating that craft to go forward. And that is where I think she made a very important contribution straight on this first P. Second is about protection. Protection is about laws. 1974, Japan created those outstanding laws, which then more than 280 crafts were documented. So from every country must have attempted it. But the IPR is one of the global IPR protection, which Marcus is going to deal with, is a great possibility for people to get what it is due for them. The third is production. And I'm glad that Panchakant mentioned about the guilds and the production possibilities of embroidery. And this is what, earlier there were craft guilds, clusters, and we need to now look at the craft city and around geographies as the new production centers which will then gravitate towards the cities, which will then connect them to marketplace. And this linkage of the 83 craft cities and 408 UNESCO creative cities should be kept in your mind. And the map outside, when you come through the lobby, will indicate to you the action taking place. And we need to spread this map a great deal. And World Craft Council looks at moving from 80 to 100 in the near future. And President is here, so he has been pushing hard, all of us, to take this craft city to the number 100 immediately, as quickly as possible. Then is promotion, P. The next P is promotion. The World Craft Cities and the UNESCO Creative Cities and World Craft Forum and such activities are meant to promote the stories. And the stories told with passion by the people in the first panel and what we have been hearing on the social media from the World Craft Cities posts in the social media and others from other various active organizations, we must continue to put our own perspectives all the time. Because today is a world which is dominated by the alphaverse. Not only the millennials, the Gen Z, but about also alpha generation, and which is in China and India especially, the youth are dominant force, 550 million plus youth in India, at the average age of about 28, 29. So obviously you need to look at the promotion and going forward. The next is place, the distribution channel. How do you reach the craft to people who want to buy? I think Dr. Carroll touched this point. If you do not create market and reach to the people and buyers, which he insisted, that the buyers are sometimes not found because they do not understand the story, they don't value it, they are just keeping in mind the mass-made products. And that is not going to help. So we need to really look at the D2C, direct-to-consumer channels, the new digital platforms. All this will become the place to examine. Then comes the planet. Because, the SDG 17 goals, 13 of them are linked to crafts. And that is where 2030, the SDG goals are winding down. But we have made tardy progress. And probably craft is one element which can save and accelerate the sustainable development goals, which is directly linked to the sustainability of the planet. Then comes people. Why are we doing all this? It is for the craft people. It is for their sustenance. It is because we don't want their skills to languish and disappear. We want those heritage and intangible cultural heritage and skills and traditional skills to continue. And that is what Sadhu House did. And again, it was explained by Dr. Carroll, how disappearing on the sidelines, that was brought into focus. And today it has become a celebrated crafts around us. Then comes policy, which I think Lupna is going to, Sheikha is going to talk about. And statecraft, I would call it. Craft word is very respected when we say, the spacecraft or aircraft or statecraft. But when it comes to handicrafts, why is it infra-dig? So that is where, we need to really look at the policy. Yeah. Then comes the partnerships, the next P. Today it was discussed in the first panel also, how, in fact, I like the comment made by the panelists telling that we are willing to work with you. So like Sri Lanka, for example, yesterday said that we want to work with you for the next craft forum. That is the partnerships which we want things to develop. Then comes the power of education and research. The World Craft Academy, which was launched last Birmingham in our meeting there, shows the way that we need to really upgrade the craft education to another level where the spirit and philosophy of craft begin to reach the people. I said this because without this 10 P's in place, we cannot find craft becoming a pivot in the creative economy. Because economy is a very, very tough world. We need proper rationale to become part of that economy. So that is where I conclude. I don't want to use my presentation because I thought that it would be too much, at this stage, because I would like our panelists to explore this world. Okay, these are the panelists I explained. And so we'll start with giving them the opening remarks, and then we'll continue the conversation. Who would like to start? Marcus? Because we just talked a lot about the, intellectual property. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Koshi, and good morning, distinguished guests. I've just given 4 or 5 minutes for my opening remarks.
Yes.
Images actually tell more than 1,000 words. This is why I prepared a couple of those, but the question is I'm not quite sure how to get them running. Oh, here we go. Excellent. So, as it was said, my name is Markus Höppberg, and I'm with the World Intellectual Property Organization. That's an organization not everybody of you might be familiar with. It's an intergovernmental organization. We have 194 member states. Our headquarters is in Geneva, Switzerland, but I'm not Swiss. I just happen to live and work there. And our focus is, for the last more than the last 100 years, is on intellectual property. And intellectual property, modern intellectual property came about as a result of the Industrial Revolution, starting in the mid-1900s and going throughout to this very day. And this is why very often intellectual property is associated with high-end technological developments. But we have been working very hard in WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organizations, over the last couple of years to demonstrate that intellectual property is there for everybody in all of our member states at all levels of development and technological knowledge, and it can bring real benefits to communities across the globe. And what I've already heard so far this morning only emphasizes that. And to show you a little bit how we're doing this, I delved into one of a couple of our corporations over time, and I will give you some explanations. And I think this is a very nice demonstration and example of craft. It's actually traditional rattan weaving in the Philippines, and I'm going to come back to this case. What we see here is traditional crafts from Peru, Chulucanas porcelain. Going over to the African continent, this is kente cloth from Ghana in West Africa. Here we have traditional weavers making Panama hats, and although it's suggested by its name, the real Panama hats are not from Panama, but they are from Ecuador. Here we have the specialists. Glass from Murano in Italy, another craft. Traditional watchmaking crafts, cutlery in some parts of France, and this gentleman here is Kenneth Kobombue, and he's from the Philippines. Kenneth grew up in the shadow of traditional weaving. Here it's again rattan weaving, and his mom actually was running a workshop where she was doing, together with some craftspeople there, furniture, which they sold at a very, very low price to customers that have been commissioning them from overseas. And Kenneth actually observed that, and he felt that they were short-sold. He felt that her mom's craft and her mom's idea did not reap the benefit they deserved. So he became a designer. And what he managed is actually he combined the traditional craft of rattan weaving with his modern design, which resulted in furniture like this one, or this one actually, which is founded Kenneth Kobombue's fame in the United States. It's a bed, and that bed was bought by Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. And Kenneth, when he talks about it, he went on and he says, "I hope they did not separate because of my bed." But that bed became famous in LA. And this is other examples of traditional craft interpreted in a modern way, becoming a worldwide and famous brand with the budget and the benefits that come with it. This gentleman is a designer from Senegal. His name is Bibi, and what he's done one day, sitting in his garden in Senegal, is that he came up with an idea for this little sitting furniture, piece of furniture, which was actually included by the New York Times as one of the 100 defining designs for furniture. And what's special is here is it combines, again, traditional craft and delving in the circular economy by using actually waste fishermen nets, bringing together these materials and the craft to come up with this furniture. And here I have another example of a South African designer, a young man who actually combines part of his native Zulu craft. You see the edging on the wood here, which he combines with inspirations from the Bauhaus design style to come up with this piece of furniture. Other example of merging influences and traditions are these kimonos, which actually combine West African cloth with Japanese influences made by this man here, Serge Mongu from Cameroon. So craft, to be able to bring it to market, to sell it, to brand it, it was already mentioned a couple of times this morning, branding needs a framework. And intellectual property rights actually offer that framework to guarantee origin, to actually, and it was already mentioned by Koshi, to bring together the origin of the craft and to communicate it as a part of a compact brand to markets. This is an example of German cutlery that comes out of a German town called Solingen. And this is already my last image here, and I want to leave that maybe for the discussion. Anybody knows what this shows?
Kolhapuri. Kolhapuri chapel.
You would know that. Although it doesn't say on it. It's not written Kolhapur or Kolhapuri, not at all. And actually, it's an image I just found like this on the internet. But that type of sandal or chapel gave rise to quite a vivid debate over the last couple of months. We might have followed that in the media. I don't want to say more about it, and maybe this could be a touch point for our discussion. So I think craft and intellectual property actually are the perfect, completely complementary. And the question was never whether I should be able to attend a meeting of this August Society. The question is only why hadn't it already happened much earlier. So thanks again for this invitation, and I look forward to a vivid discussion on intellectual property and crafts. Over to you.
So that brilliant, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I think you've said the story so vividly and beautiful. So would you like to now build on the, policy aspect, because we are still on policy. We'll come to praxis with the...
Of course. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and thank you for being here today, and thank you to the organizers for a wonderful event. So I'll start with a little bit of storytelling, just talking about, as you mentioned, the Creative Economy Department here in Kuwait and how that came to be and the impact that we're hoping it will have. So just a little brief about me. I studied the creative and cultural industries back in 2008 in King's College in London. And as soon as I came back to Kuwait, I wanted to see an impact. I believed in these industries and the impact, the financial impact, the social impact, and how a beautiful world it can bring about. And when I came here, everyone asked me, what is creative industries? It's as if I was speaking Japanese. The closest thing that I could tell them was it's marketing. It's business, it's marketing, it's creative thinking and all of that. So I started Khalijesk to talk about the creative scene in Kuwait and the GCC countries, because a lot was happening at a grassroots level, but nothing was being translated top down, so from the government. There wasn't any clear plan. Going back and forth with the government here in Kuwait, in 2015, we kickstarted being a consultant working with the National Council with a very small team there. We had the intention to start a creative economy strategy here in Kuwait and build off of that pilot projects that can be implemented on the ground. There are two ways that you can go about creating these strategies. Either it's top down, so the government basically says this is the plan and it will be implemented and then they will see the feedback. Or you can start from bottom up, a grassroots approach. And that's something that I have been rooting for from day one. Thankfully, after, I would say, 8 years, in 2023, we had a list of pilot projects that were ready to go. And now we're finally seeing the fruit of our labors from 2015. Now, I just want to talk about policy making. Everyone, when I mention policy, they think it's boring, It's, just legal talk. And I always tell them, policy making is a design process. I cannot stress that enough. It's listening, it's working in partnership and collaboration with creators, makers, craftspeople, entrepreneurs, people within the private sector, within the government sector. It's bringing all of these people into the same room and understanding how we can all work together to highlight the creative industries and bring about the benefit to all of these stakeholders. Now, the policy making process is a marathon. It is not something you can take a policy from this country and adapt it and it will work. Of course, there are successful stories that we learned from, but when it comes to Kuwait, what we've realized is that the grassroots movement has gone above and beyond. You will see that creative energy everywhere that you go, and we have a wonderful example here next to us. And that's the beauty of the process here in Kuwait. While building the creative economy strategy, we had so much to work with. Now it's bringing that to the attention of the government to gain legitimacy for these industries and have a wider narrative so that the government has the tools to say, okay, we are going to invest in the creative industries and this is how we're going to do that in collaboration with all of the entities. For example, we're working on a creative industries law that will safeguard and protect the intellectual property of craftspeople, creators, makers, even business owners. There's also work being done on a creative fund that will have grants available to creatives and creative businesses. We're also working on creative districts. So there will be, inshallah, in the very near future, districts for makers and craftspeople and specific zones or libraries that will be transformed into cultural and creative hubs. Now, as a consultant, it's always tricky being in the middle, working with the government and bringing in the private sector. But there is that eagerness from either side to work together. Now, what the best model would be is always a learning curve. And that's something that we're always constantly testing out. And the main thing that we learned from this process is to always have the dialogue flowing. And yeah, this is just my 2 cents for now about policy making in the creative industries. And yes, looking forward to hear from my fellow panelists.
I think, we've got it a complete prescriptive suggestion from, a proponent who worked with the government. And I don't know whether you are aware, the UNESCO estimates say that currently the culture and creative industries are estimated at about $2.5 trillion, US dollars, with about 30 million to 45 million people involved. So it is not a small pie, it's almost 5 to 8% of the world GDP. So there is great amount of sense in what she is telling about the steps going forward in terms of whether the top down or going up. So I think, the whole case now goes to a practical example, which we'll now hear from, Lubna. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. First of all, this is my first engagement with the World Craft Council, and I've had many, many occasions with the Textile Association and Beit Sedu. So this is an amazing opportunity coming forward, and it's long overdue, because I've been a crafter and a maker since I was 6 years old. The other thing I just wanted to also say is that there's been a lot of dialogue and engagement in terms of, my father studied urban planning and his dissertation was on the urban planning of Kuwait, and I was the one drawing a lot of those maps. So urban planning and zoning, what you've been bringing up, and our house was actually part of a study that was documented with the United Nations and UNESCO through some of the Khalijesk team. They came and they visited our home to study one of the first home-based businesses, and that was the beginning of where Yadawi started. And so what I'd like to talk about in particular, and a lot of the overlap in terms of what we talked about, the policy authoring. And we have a really good example, and again, I'd like to use Kuwait as the example because that's what we have been living and the realities that we contend with and that we seek to build upon. So there was a very good experience a few years back with there was an organization called Legalize Kuwait that had emerged through Envy that was led by the late Ahmed Al-Gharabali and Nasser Slayham. I adopted them, they adopted me, and we started working, and we started co-authoring also with Qut Market and Shakshuka Market, which are local markets, to co-author the home-based business laws with the Ministry of Commerce, as well as the food trucks came subsequently. So this idea of co-authoring or having the dialogues from those people who have home-based studios or other types of endeavors with the policymakers is vital, because we have been missing a huge link of actually how do we emerge, how do we grow, and how do we evolve, and what our needs are, especially in terms of zoning. Because today, in Kuwait, as we've experienced it, there have been a lot of zones that were described as handicraft zones, and yet they are not, have not been applied as handicraft zones, so it's very difficult for us in terms of market entry barriers. The other thing I wanted to talk about that I think is really important as we're talking about craft cities is the neighborhood aspect of those, and to kind of suggest that there would be some kind of collaboration with the municipal council here in Kuwait and the municipality on identifying where those makers are in those areas across the board, and kind of have those visual markers, because Kuwait is very neighborhood-based. The other thing I wanted to talk about is when, in our case, Yadawi is a multidisciplinary platform, and we started in 2005, and we focused on education and creating experiences for people, and we started with bead weaving and bead making jewelry, and upcycling, recycling, and then we were the first glass studio in Kuwait, and subsequently we are now in Riyadh. And we also assisted other artists or other makers to set up their own glass making studios in their home. Professor Jawahir Badr has one in her home as well. So the one thing that we've been focusing on is educating, creating new experiences for new people to come into the fold of making. We've specialized in glass in particular, and that has been something, especially with the demographics both in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, where we have new people wanting to come into that fold and into the practice and working in a traditional technique, but with contemporary expressions. The other thing that has happened as well recently is in terms of zoning, and as you've been mentioning, having creative zones, is that, for example, in Riyadh, we're in a location called Al-Mashtal, Al-Ibda'i, and it has a maker's lab, and they do 3D printing and prototyping and carpentry. And we created a range of gifts that incorporated the traditional glass bead making with 3D printing, and we created new fawanis, and these were gifted to the Minister of Culture and CDF just as we speak. So the one thing that's really important that we have, that we're looking at is when we speak about the market, and again, I'd like to talk about Kuwait because Kuwait is my heart, is that for us, I think the capacities that we have and the talent that we have in Kuwait has the capacity to be outward, because we do need to recognize that our market is somewhat smaller than other markets, and it has the capacity to grow. But the talent that we have has the capacity to look outward, hence our ambassadorships in the region, and we've been seeing this, and We spoke about that prior. So what we've been looking at is trying to bring in new makers into the fold and to help them with their journeys. So we have community memberships where people can come. They have use of our studios, both in Kuwait and both in Riyadh, and so they can actually build their own journeys within the space, and then they can collaborate with other entities or groups of makers and designers across the board.
Fantastic.
I think we have covered some ground, but we would like to go back now to see two objectives. One, whether the makers, everybody mentioned makers, they often get squeezed by the middlemen. And unless there is a possibility that they increase the premium and they are able to get it through the intellectual property registration, for which I heard in the recent 100 years of design registration held by WIPO, many people are reluctant to use the global registrations. For what reasons, we do not know. But they do not know the immense possibilities they open up. So I would like you to throw some light into how we can encourage countries and organizations and makers to use this global protection system.
Yes, pass on, please.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity maybe to shed a little bit more light on the intellectual property protection systems. And it was already mentioned, it's all about defining the right policy for the right usage. We can imagine the IP system as a toolbox. And in this toolbox you find various tools, various possibilities that can help the crafts people, the artisans, to better commercialize, market, brand, and communicate their creations. And what I'm thinking here in particular are tools like trademarks, like design rights, but also, and it was mentioned, tools like geographical indication rights. In other words, tags. I mean, I'm trying to not fall into the legal jargon here. So I'm using non-legalistic language. Tags that actually identify the origin of a given product and can be used to communicate to a wider market where the product comes from, but also that it possesses specific qualities, specific characteristics that are due to this origin, which eventually can be then also used to prevent imitators from passing off their products as the original ones. And we actually are familiar with this type of policy approaches also in agriculture, where you talk about agricultural products, where it has been widely developed, in particular in Europe. But we now see an expansion of that policy approach to craft and industry products. And this is why I showed you a couple of examples where we can see that. It's now important also for the communities to embrace those opportunities and to get organized themselves. The tools are there, but what we also observe is more often than not, what is really the challenge, what is the most difficult part is to have the communities to agree on a common approach, to agree on a common standard, and to identify and to define that standard in a way that on the one hand achieves the preservation that is desired, to maintain and to keep the authentic craft, the authentic tradition, the authentic design, but on the other hand to be sufficiently flexible and dynamic to let new developments happen. For example, a bed for Hollywood film stars based on a traditional craft. And it is where this combination actually takes place that we find all the potential with fashion design, for example, to have on the one hand, to have the traditions still alive, to have them authentic, but on the other hand, to create the opportunities also for investors to come in, because without investment, nothing's going to happen, right? So you need that symbiosis. And again, the modern IP system is here to enable that with various tools that have to be chosen by the policy makers. So this is why the policy conversation is so important. And this is where in our member states, very often the patent officers come in who take on more and more the role of innovation agencies, who actually advise the operators, the craft people, but also the industry people, which is the ideal and the best suited tool to apply. Number one, to get protection at the local level, at the national level, but also if the product has potential for export, to actually then elevate that protection onto the international level. And this is again where the World Intellectual Property Organization comes in. We have international registries, for example, that allow the individual operators, the creators, to seek protection at the international level for several countries. And by using those systems, this can be done at a relatively economic and not too expensive way. So this is where we work with the government of our member states to make available these tools. And obviously I can get more technically if you want me to, but I think for the purpose of this conversation, suffice it to point out that those tools exist. They can be trademarks, branding rights, copyright is there as well, obviously, and it was said before, the geographic indication protection rights that do exist in some countries, not in all, but those are also very useful tools to help craftspeople to tie their craft to the local origin, which is so important, but at the same time allow them to go beyond that, to create a brand. And the brand is nothing else than a vector of communication that helps the crafts community to connect with their customers, with their market, and to actually also communicate the message, which can be manifold, by the way. It's not only clothing, it's tradition, it's design, it's heritage, and it's community.
Yeah, before I let you go we'll go to Lubna to understand about craft washing, which is becoming a word because, there are fakes which appear to be, industrially made but claim to be authentic, heritage, and these words are used to do the craft washing. So I wanted you to just touch upon why people are not using intellectual property to prevent craft washing, and then go to Lubna to ask her, in her, design field, has she come across this attack from unauthentic people claiming authenticity?
It has to do with lack of knowledge and also fear of complicity or complications and complexity, which, come to look at it, mustn't be that complicated at all. Actually, some of the stuff is more straightforward than people believe, but very often I think they are a little bit afraid of, there's a lot of legal talk, and it's administration and there's bureaucracy and it's formalities. So it's very important that we move on to overcome these hurdles, to use also modern technology for protecting our crafts, but also to initiate the communication in the community. It's very important as well. And I think maybe this is even the most challenging point. So to find a common denominator within the community, so to agree what is it that is our heritage, what is it is our craft, how far do we want to preserve it, but where is space for the dynamic development, and which is, I believe personally, is important to keep the craft alive. So it should not end up in a museum where people watch it, but it should end up in the market, and then also combine it with, with the certification that is being used. I mean, coming into this building, I was taken back. There's a beautiful truck outside. It's a Pepsi Cola, and I think it's a perfect example of a certification sign, right? It's Pepsi Cola, and then there's things are written around it in Arabic. So I can't read Arabic. So I didn't know what it says, but I took a photograph and I sent it to a friend in Riyadh, and I said, "Guess where I am?" And she sort of on WhatsApp responded within like 2 minutes and said, "I think you're in Kuwait," because written there. But also the fact that you have this iconic brand outside the museum says it all. And I think it should be an example that should encourage all of us, all of our communities, not to be afraid of using these these tools of communication, but to apply them in a modern way to their own craft. And just look back, and I think it's done in a very beautiful way also for the visual backdrop of this
Thank you.
forum.
Let's go to now to hear about how you view this whole issues.
First of all, I think it's very important to define when we're talking about, especially with, let's say, intellectual property and design. So I will use what I do as an ideal example. So I've learned traditional techniques, and I'm going to, let's say, speak about bead embroidery, and those techniques come from various cultures. And then when we do describe those items within the description of the piece, we refer to those stitches where their origin is from. So of course, my design comes from a culmination of different approaches as I'm designing the piece, but I'm incorporating different stitches based on what I'm feeling. So I'm using stitches that emanate from Africa. I'm using Native American stitches. I'm using stitches that originated in Russia. I'm using fiber emballage that is used in multiple societies. So the one thing we need to be aware of is that we are using ancient techniques that are not my technique, but I am creating something out of that with the action of the making of my hands. And so this is something that when we say it's my design, yes, it is my design, or I made it. However, I need to refer to the historical narrative of those pieces in a very important way. Saying that, there are times, and it happened to us as a Yadawi collective. We were co-exhibiting in Kuwait, and someone in Mubarakia had someone mass producing these pieces, or again, I think it's the classic story of how Etsy lost its soul, and how Amazon is affecting makers in a big way because of the fact, and I know this is a touchy and sensitive subject, hence we should talk about it. Is that they've even gone to the extent where they will take your design, potentially without your knowledge, somehow, some way, through the algorithms, and then if there's a demand for that piece, they will come and they'll negotiate. And so I'm a bit averse to that. I've never been on Etsy, never will, never did. And in relation to what you were saying, I believe that it has been very important with the type of markets like Shakshuka and like Qut and like Souk Sept and all these markets where they allow the makers to interact with the buyers. So there's no intermediary. And with digital technology, I now am able to reach to people in a direct fashion. So I don't work on consignment, never did, never will. It doesn't make me maybe as solvent as other entities are, but what I have is in the black. Rather than producing to sell, I produce upon demand, or I produce things that make my heart flutter. So that's the approach. So, but it's very important, though, is for us to also have conversations with people who may have done something. A lot of times they're not aware of it. So you really have to have that conversation. So we did with this person, and we said, hey, by the way, these look a lot like so-and-so, and the conversation ensues. But I also think that in a lot of markets, the copycatting methodology is something that people do in marketing all over the world. And then we tell makers, don't copycat, when marketers are copycatting campaigns left, right, and center. So what's the difference? And this is just a question that I'm posing as we move forward.
I think it's a very thought-provoking question Lubna has put us to think about. As we move the culture through the different metrics from utilitarian crafts, the question is to you, the utilitarian crafts to fashion, and from fashion to lifestyle, like yesterday it was written art as lifestyle in Gardenia, from lifestyle to luxury. Now, in this, the value addition keeps the value chain in that format, We don't necessarily understand that people are concerned at different levels for protection in a creative economy. What do you get the maximum value for the creative economy? How would you approach this in the creative policy, question 1? Question 2, in this new policies, how do we get authentic people to get what they deserve?
Thank you for that very interesting question. I'll tackle it from a policymaker's perspective and as someone that has been working with crafts people and makers directly. So for the past 6 years, we've been creating a Creative Entrepreneurs Bootcamp. It's a training program to assist people working within the creative industries to have that business acumen. And when it comes to IP, we always say, if you cannot protect your brand, its value is 0. Your IP is an asset, and as such, it is your livelihood. But the problem is not in protecting it, it's if it's violated, what do you do? Exactly. That's why we do have people that have been, registering their brands and trademarks and all of that, but then they come along and they say, okay, someone copied my design, what do I do? I mean, there's only one way that you can go about it. It's either settling directly with them or going to the courts. And that's the major hurdle that no one wants to go. As small businesses, as sole proprietorships, I cannot handle that financial risk, and I need to focus on my business. So that's number 1. It's raising awareness about protecting your brand, and if it has been violated, what are the steps that you can take. Because again, for a brand to be sustainable, it has to have its asset protected. That's number 1. Number 2, from a policymaker's perspective, we're working on a creative industries law, but we always say we can have the most beautiful laws in the world, but if they're not enacted, and if there isn't a very clear way to protect yourself, then we might as well not do it. And from a policymaker's perspective, through the government, we're encouraging them to be enablers. So they have the platform, they have that, let's say, weight into raising awareness about protection, about knowing that these brands exist, for example, in Kuwait and any other country, and the consequences if someone would be to copycat. But as you mentioned, we see it all the time, and actually that discourages a lot of the makers and designers of designing. They'll say, if I put it out there, someone else is going to copy it, so why should I even bother? Which is a bit disheartening. But at the end of the day, from a policymaker's perspective, it's raising awareness, making sure that the laws are in place, and from a perspective of providing capacity building and training for these creatives and makers, is giving them the know-how, giving them the tools, teaching them their rights. Because at the end of the day, we want these brands, these businesses, these designers to be sustainable. And for them to be sustainable, it will be a positive impact because these are our success stories. We can point to them and say, look, they've made it, they're making it, they can have a livelihood, and this is the impact on a local, on a national, on a regional, and international level. So sustainability is number 1. Financial sustainability, and also their own wellness, their dignity, as mentioned in the previous panel. So I really, truly believe it all comes down to protection, protecting your asset, and protecting your brand.
Thank you. I think, every good thing has to come to an end as we proceed. But, I would like closing comments from, starting from Lubna to Sheikh Hafaz and to Marcus, and then I may make a couple of comments and conclude.
I guess I have to speak.
Just hold mic, yeah.
I guess I'd like to speak basically to this whole idea of how we have these networks that build bridges across the makers, and the policy makers, and whatnot. But I'd like to address the makers, and that's another thing. We've been having this debate about the recognition of the vital role that makers, and I call myself a maker with so much honor, because we want to make sure that people understand the value of the act of making day in, day out. Because we have commodified art to the point of no return. And it's affected makers specifically for this reason. And I know a lot of people will debate, and we want to, those makers can also be an artist. But we really need to recognize that. And the other thing I would say, based on this experience that has taken me on this journey since 2005, do not undersell your value. Do not undersell your value. Learn how to walk away and say no, because that no is going to give you 1,000 yeses to different opportunities. Not necessarily monetary, but a lot more meaningful, that will resonate, and a lot more sustainable. Learn how to walk away when you know that it is not right for you, because makers and artisans do not live in imaginary beds, we do not live in imaginary homes, we do not eat imaginary food, and we definitely don't ride in imaginary cars. So we need to educate people on our value. If we don't have that conversation, and I don't say, no, I'm not going to take this job, and they go, oh, but you're going to get exposure. How am I going to sustain Yedewi with exposure? And so this is something that you really need to feel confident in, your heart and your deepest place, that you need to learn how to walk away and say, the value of what I do and what my team does and what we do as makers is this. And if you don't give it to us, we're not going to budge. And that has been the hardest lesson that I've learned, and I'm still learning, but I know how to say no and yes to other things when it matters.
Thank you. Yeah.
So thank you for this amazing panel discussion. I've always loved learning. But as a closing remark, I think we should take the opportunity, since this is a World Crafts Forum, to learn from each other, to kind of understand the success stories in different places and see how we can apply them to where we are. Because, as I mentioned, our creative economy strategy is very, very new, fresh. We're eager to understand, the strength, the weaknesses, and how we can understand how other people did it. And as mentioned in the previous panel, I think there's a lot to learn, and just to take advantage of this wonderful opportunity. And again, going back to the policy part, it's been a journey working on this creative economy strategy, and locally and regionally, there is a lot of interest in highlighting the creative industries as a viable career, and I truly believe that it is. And it's only by working together and supporting each other can we create that, making makers thrive, but also have society thrive as well at the same time.
So, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity for my closing remarks. Intellectual property is here to help you. Please do not be afraid, but do not also underestimate it. It's not an add-on that comes at the last minute when all the rest is done. It should become an integral part of what you do. Very important. It has to be part of the journey. It takes effort. It takes investment. It can be sometimes also disappointing. It's not going to be automatic, but it has to be embraced from day one. And I think this is something each and every successful brand will tell you. It's not that at the end of the process, you put IP on top of it. It's part of the journey. And again, at our end, we would be more than happy to accompany you on that journey. And again, thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, as I conclude this panel, the World Craft Forum has a tagline: connecting the world, shaping the future. And this is what, we have connected the possibilities, the challenges of building a creative economy from the point of view of policy making to practice and to intellectual property protection, which Marcus advised, do not do it as a comma or some last-minute thinking, but it is fundamental to the overarching strategy itself. Thank you, Marcus, coming all the way and enlightening us. Thank you, Sheikh F. House, for this wonderful, vibrant conversation with us on this creative economies journey which you and the government are taking, and also to Lubna for giving us the detailed perspective of how a maker looks at this world and how we can learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel, for another interesting and illuminating conversation. And since we are running a little late, I'm going to request our panel 3 members to please take the stage and sorry?
Yeah, we must. Yes. One photo can we take? One photo can we take of the panel?
Slide may be wrong.
Yeah, you took, okay.
This is the one.
Thank you. Yes, please take.
Huh? Okay. Yelda.
You told me how many minutes do we have? We have 30 minutes. Okay. Good morning to everyone. You have to forgive me. This is my first moderating experience. You hear me? No? Hello? Better? Okay. Good morning. My name is Dr. Jawahar Al-Badr, and it's an honor to moderate our session, Craft, Identity, and Soft Power. Joining me today is Ms. Masha'al Al-Ali from the UAE, Dr. Pik Kiobandit from Belgium, and Dr. Yelda Mahutshkian Asıl from Turkey. So Dr. Masha'al is the head of House of Artisan in Abu Dhabi. Dr. Pik is a Belgium art diplomacy expert, and Dr. Yelda is multidisciplinary strategist. So, So together we are here to discuss the craft, not as a nostalgic relic, but as a strategic instrument of cultural statecraft. I would like you to situate who am I and what is important for me. I'm an art educator for the past 20 years. For me, this is probably the most important image. It's the paintings in Lascaux Caves in France. And it's, for me, it's the first human mark. It's a primal signature of identity that we must protect as our most authentic soft power. This philosophy drives Art Studio Kuwait, which is the school that I started. It serves as a sanctuary. The school serves as a sanctuary, incubator for nurturing creative spirits who carry this mark forward. So these are images of some of the students that come to the school. We work with young children, older teenagers, older people, as well as physically and mentally challenged students. So the most important thing for us in the art studio is that everybody has their own mark, and it's really through the experience of making that we get to connect to each other. We might not agree on politics or a way of living, but making and creating art is a non-conditional experience at the art studio. I would also like to talk about Tiba'a, which is an initiative that we started from 2022. It is the Creative Printmaking Conference. The most important thing about this conference is that we all work using the craft of printmaking. And from my experience as a lecturer, as a teacher in Kuwait University, the most popular class that I was teaching in the architecture department was printmaking. Somehow working in a craft that is ancient has very easily brought people together, whether you are majoring in architecture, engineering, nutrition. Somehow this class was extremely popular. So 5 years ago, we began this initiative that happens once a year. This initiative works as a powerful example of how shared craft, bound by a common language of printmaking and collective tools, brings people together to reclaim printmaking as a communal, vital innovation. This technical bond creates a bridge between our bodies and our craft, fostering a deeply tactile connection to our shared human experience. So for me, the craft is very important as an act as well as the product. So today we move beyond preservation. We are here to explore how heritage leadership can mobilize these human marks to project national identity and build credibility in a multi-power world. I need to take a breath. So let us begin by looking at how craft function as an active tool of diplomacy. So I would like to talk a little bit more about our participants today. So firstly, Ms. Masha'il Al-Ali, from the UAE is the head of the House of Artisans in Abu Dhabi. She is a protector of local traditions. She works every day to make sure that the human mark, that's her, the human mark, the soul of handmade work, isn't lost in our world of machines, and she helps our makers turn their skills into successful modern careers. The next person is from Belgium, Dr. Pik Hyobandith. With over 30 years of experience, she is a she is a world-class expert in how art can bring people together. And that was the first thing that she asked to see. She said, I want to see art from the minute she landed in Kuwait. She believes that even when politics make things difficult, a simple handmade object can act as a bridge, helping different nations to find common grounds and build lasting friendships. And finally, I would like to introduce Ms. Yelda Munkinchian Asel. She is a strategist who looks at the big picture of how craft tells a nation's story. She believes that our traditional work is loudest voice, showing the world exactly who we are, where we come from, and what we value, all without saying a single word. So I would like to give the microphone to our panelists, starting with, who wants to begin? Dr. Pick? Yes.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Yes. Do you hear me? Is it? Yeah? Okay. So, as you said, I'm from Belgium, but I was born in the in the Kingdom of Million of Elephants, Laos. I immigrated to France, studied there, and moved to Brussels, where I'm based now. So today, as I said, craft is far more than the production of beautiful objects. It is a living testimony of a country's cultural heritage, a silent yet powerful language through which generations have expressed identity, value, and creativity. Every woven textile, every ceramic piece, every carved object carries within a story of people, place, and time. So I just want to talk about different points. I'm not going to read the things because you can have it later on. And I think on my back you have a little bit translations in Arabic. So for me, how you can bridge people, generations, time, culture, worldwide. So traditional craft production is a testimony of a country's cultural heritage. This is a root in local, regional, or national culture shaped by geography and natural resources. Promotion of traditional craft heritage is a very often part of a country's cultural diplomacy policy. The industrial and digital revolution of the 20th and 21st century, combined with the globalizations of brand and goods, represent a threat for traditional craft. At the time where AI and robotic questions the role of a human, it seems that handmade craft remain even more essential. But to survive, craft should not live in the past, but embrace the society of today and the future. Maintaining relevance stands as a successful soft power tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mishal.
Thank you so much. First, let me start by really thanking the organizers on this event. It's impressive. It's my first time, to be honest, to attend this kind of conference, and I believe it's about the quality and the value of people attending and conversing here, what really matters. So let me just give you a very brief, I would say, background of who am I and how I'm trying to contribute to this, I would say, ecosystem of handcrafts in general, especially in UAE and in Abu Dhabi specifically. So I'm an architect and also an urban planner. So I come from this background, creative background, where I question how things are made, not only how they are, you know, how they're made and etc. And personally, on a personal level, I have a great passion for crafts. I've learned some of them from my late grandmothers, Allah yarhamhum, like how to weave khous, for example, or how to make telly. And still my hands remember them, even if I think I don't, but my hands actually really remember them. So, and also part of my, I would say, not career, but you know, my input or giving back to the community. I was part, or I founded the first design incubator or incubator that's for creatives, creative incubator in Dubai. And actually, it was the first of a kind back in 2016. So carrying of all of these kind of backgrounds and being in the private sector and being, a maker, I would say, or a designer, as I define myself, or a creative, and to be now on the other side of the story, maybe the most important part of the story, which is the government. So House of Artisan is, I would say, an institution or an initiative under the Department of Culture and Tourism in Abu Dhabi. And it takes, we take upon us the full, to cater for the full, I would say, everything that supports the artisans and the handicrafts, from policies to working spaces, to linking them to commercial opportunities, to commissioning opportunities, and etc. And so House of Artisan comes kind of in the middle of so many strategic initiatives that the UAE leads on, like the cultural diplomacy strategy, the soft power strategy, the empowering the youth strategy, and those kind of initiatives. So we come in between, or we support each strategy and initiative with different, I would say, programs. So I hope through this beautiful panel today, we tackle those kind of issues and we talk about them and put them on the table.
Thank you. Dr. Yelda.
Hello to everyone. I'm Iranian and I live in Turkey. Then I'm growing up with the cultures and crafts, and I feel in my life. We are here in this panel. At first, I should thank you for the. Oh, sorry. At first, I should say thank you from the WCC and other organizations that help us that we are here, and they help that they are. I think that they are bridge between the cultures and the heritage and the new generations and the peoples. In this panel, we wanted to say that how we can find that the crafts we see in the market and in our life have it true, and these stories is true, and how we can help to that extended to the normalist life. We wanted to say that crafts tell stories without the words, and it's very important for the politics. And I hope that we can explain the rules and what we can do for the crafts and our heritage in this panel.
Do you hear me? You hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. It's when I look at actually the image from Ms. Masha'al, and I see the ladies crafting in a modern space, my first instinct is, and you talking about your grandmother's crafts, and it's a very intimate experience for you. How do you protect it? How do you protect that authenticity? How do you not make it become like a show or something that is performative? And it's like, how do you protect the authenticity of the craft making?
I think Dr. Peck will love this answer. So yeah, for craft, like one of the I would say pillars of what we do for the handicraft sector and for artisans specifically, first of all, is to preserve that craft itself. So we need to kind of preserve and document those techniques, materials, and the methodology they used to use. But at the same time, we know that crafts today is not necessity, right? I mean, most of the crafts, they used to be necessity. And they used to use those products in their households and all of that. So today, preserving or registering those crafts, I would say the intangible heritage elements in UNESCO and etc. And those kind of efforts, very important, yes, but also we need to find relevance. So what we try to do is we try to fill the three main gaps that we face in the handicraft, I would say, scene, which is the economic sustainability and the positioning of the artisan themselves and how the people look at them. And third one will be the preserving and the documentation. By what? By offering, what we do, we try to offer everything, like the whole value chain, I would say. So we do offer the space itself where the artisans can gather and can work, and to bring this kind of social aspect to it again. This is very important. And also at the same time, we try to provide the right training they need, is to move them from artisans to makers to masters to entrepreneurs if they have it. And also to bridge this kind of knowledge transfer gap to new generations. At the same time, by programs with different universities. I'm very happy to see one of my colleagues in Zayed University that we always work with programs with the youth, actually, in universities. And also to provide the platform for commissioning with designers and artists. We do a lot of commissioning programs, or I would say initiatives, to link those artisans. So we move the craft from being a necessity to live in a different kind of way, through installations, through art pieces, and these kind of initiatives have been sustainable for the past few years. We've been part of the UAE Pavilion in Osaka by linking a group of artisans working in Abu Dhabi, but with artists based in Japan and in Germany and etc. And I think those kind of initiatives really help in sustaining those crafts. But also we try to provide the full support for those artisans, not commercial support, not that kind of support, but I mean to position them in a certain way. We treat them more like national treasures, because really, like especially in UAE, it's very hard to make crafts relevant because of economic reasons anymore, especially for the local artisans. So we deal with them in a certain way and make sure, as I said, to transfer their knowledge to different generations and make it appealing, and in the same time to make them work with designers and creatives and artists from the different sectors.
You would bring the craft to the schools, or schools come to your center?
I mean, it depends on the programs.
Okay.
It depends on the programs, but mainly, like, we work on different, I would say, directions. So we work with the Ministry of Education, or the Department of Education in Abu Dhabi, for example, to incorporate the crafts in the curriculum, actually, for the schools, right? This is one initiative. It's more strategic, I would say. But also, yes, we host from time to time programs for youth and kids. As I mentioned, with the different universities, like Zayed University, for example, we co-work kind of together on the program, where it is part of the course itself for the students in the university.
Thank you, Ms. Mashal. I want to ask Dr. Yelda, as far as also education of the crafts. I know you do festivals and experiences to celebrate the craft itself. What do you do do you do anything with the schools? And how do you make sure that the craft and the stories and the people are being, you're showing what they truly all about? What is your work like that you're doing?
It's better that to show the sorry. I can love it. To show our real story to the world, we must first be sure and know ourselves. The craft are not just the things, that it comes from our heritage. And for the protect and register our heritage, we must first know the stories behind these crafts. It's not good news, but UNESCO says over the 600 traditional crafts in the danger and already gone. And more than the 70% of the, sorry, that's names, the artisans and the teachers, more than the 60 years old. Then it's the alarm for us, because just we have 50 years to solve and registers some of the cultures that we have it now. Without the cultures, all of the peoples will be same dimensions. But the culture is not the old fashions. We should bring them from the stories, from the museums to the modern lives. Because if we support the artisans, we can continue. Yesterday I visited one artisan here. His name is, I think I forget, is Yunus from the Morocco.
Yeah.
And he made all of the shapes in the new designs. He have a boat here. It's better that you visit him. And all of the shapes have stories from their countries, from their cultures. And with these designs, we can make it and buy it and put it in our homes. Because we cannot make our homes same the museums. Okay, it's not very interested for the new generations. Okay, but with the new designs, it's okay. The new generations, attentions, and when they say that, when they think that they have a view and we can go and teaching, and it's interesting for them. Then we should support our artists, because the artist is through stories, and the stories is our heritage. Our shaping, our colors show that the artist's feelings and how they lived in the past.
Exactly. Thank you.
If you want, I can continue.
Continue.
Okay, I check my notes.
I actually want to also I will come back to you for sure.
Okay.
Dr. Kyo Bandit. So, yes. Kyo Bandit. So, it's beautiful. Beautiful. Yes.
It's the head. My name, it's a craft made.
It's your
because
calling.
it's a Keo, it's a stone, and Ban, it's a village of a city, and it's the head. Or if you translate literally, it's cornerstone, but it depends of the function extra. It's craft made.
Beautiful. So
Kyo
this craft.
Bandit.
So this is your life calling.
Yeah.
So how can we have this craft become a force or a soft force, soft power, and create a bridge between nations
Yes.
today?
So in embracing both heritage and innovation, craft can reaffirm its place at the heart of cultural dialogue and stand as one of the most authentic and enduring forms of soft power in our interconnected world. This is it.
So how do we see it? Like I'm thinking of it.
It's about, sharing beauty. Everybody can understand beauty and feel it. It's about emotion. It's not just about economy, or of course it's part of our culture and about our heritage and about the know-how. But, sharing something, making with your hands, can heal yourself, you know some craft that's making jewelry or repairing a ceramic like kintsugi, you know, the Japanese form of lacquer and repairing your pottery, the broken, to give back the beauty or giving another, accepting the imperfection of ourselves. This is a craft, the best way of sharing humanity.
Exactly, and in my case, the way I see it as well, it's not only the artifact, it's also the process. Like in my case, what brings people together is when we are working together in doing a printmaking. We had people from the US, we had people from the Gulf region. We had no background whatsoever, but we were working on a technique. So that when you produce something that is shared a certain craft with your hands, it gives you a different level of connection that is not explained. You don't need to force your point of view, because you're all of you are in a similar state when you are engaged with craft and when you're in love or you fall in love with a piece of art. So I think this is the passion that we all have, and I would love to hear if you have recommendations for our declaration. I think we don't have the list that you had, but we can read it out.
Yes, sure.
Yes, and I can read it in Arabic as well. Yes. And it was. Yes, it's not on the. Yes, I will read it from your recommendations. Was that it's in Arabic. الهوية الدبلوماسية الحرف التقليدية ليست مجرد سلع، بل هي سجل ثقافي مرتب بالجغرافيا ويستخدم كأداة فعالة الدبلوماسية الثقافية والقوة الناعمة للدولة. فإتس soft power. This is your first option, the first recommendation. The second recommendation was promotion of traditional craft heritage, very often part of a country's cultural diplomacy policy. The industrial and digital revolution of the 20th and 21st century combined with the globalization of brands and goods represent a threat for traditional craft. And at a time where AI and robotic questions the role of the human being, it seems that handmade craft remains even more essential. But to survive, craft should not live as in the past, but embrace the society of today and the future, maintaining relevance, and it stands as a successful soft power tool. Would anybody want to share your final? Yes, Ms. Mashal.
I just wanted to comment on the relevance, I would say, that we feel when we create something. I think what you said is really valid, is what's really unique about a craft that nothing else can give it or no machine can give it is that fulfillment we feel when we create something by our hands. And this is something you cannot just overlook. And also as part of craft being a cultural identity for people, I think it's very interesting when you see how similar we are, yet how unique we are. Yes, we're very unique. Maybe Sadu in Abu Dhabi is different than Sadu in Kuwait, different في السعودية إلى آخره. But yes, it has some certain layer of uniqueness. But you will be very surprised. We've done 2 cross-cultural, I would say, programs where we hosted 3 artisans from France, and we took 3 artisans from Abu Dhabi to France to learn about their crafts and to twin them later on with artists and designers from the other country. And you will be surprised how the stories are similar, how the crafts are quite similar, how Telly actually exists in so many countries that I didn't know about. And that takes us to our cultural or to our identity as human beings, I would say, versus machines or versus something else. But it's not only the culture of UAE or Mexico or Belgium or Turkey. It's the culture of humanity. And I think once we look at it from that perspective, it gets really automatically intimate, personal, and we have this kind of responsibility towards it.
Yeah, it elevates our spirit. So we hope to do the right decisions as policymakers and as leaders of nations.
About the previous question, we tried. It's better that we be realized. For the save the crafts, we should see another ways to the crafts and the heritage. We should bring to the new and modern lives. Okay, we prepare the many festivals. Okay, we invite many craftsmen, crafters, artists, for show their life, their crafts, and their historicals and heritage in the festivals, but with the new designs. All of my platform is the same. Bring the heritage crafts and to the new and modern life.
So it's more evolved representation.
Yes.
So it's growing.
Yeah. If we bring these in the new year life and we buy it in the modern designs, in this way, the demands goes up. Okay, that we spoke about 2 days ago. The demands goes up, and in this way we help to the artists in the economies. If the artists support economies in their life, they can continue.
Sustain it.
Yes, but if they want to make it in their homes or some place, okay, it's going down.
So
Okay.
we want to sustain and we want to support, and we want it to be more mainstream.
Yeah, and it's better that we say the culture's artists are not the old-fashioned. They are a leader of the culture export. We don't just export the objects. We export our truth and our pride. For the end, our crafts are not just products. They are a voice. Let's not let this voice become silent.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elda. Thank you to our panelists. I appreciate it. And enjoy your lunch. Unless we have time for questions, Mr. Sandeep. Does anybody have any questions for our panelists? We have minutes? We are hungry. It's already 1 hour.
Hungry for knowledge.
There's questions.
Yalda, I remember coming to Antalya, where you were about to start a kind of revolution towards creative city. How far it has progressed? Because I remember the conversation with the municipal authorities as well that day. And later, because the Ataturk had said the most beautiful city in the world is Antalya. So the city itself was projected as very beautiful. And the crafts were also, and the music and the dancers, everything I remember so vividly, though it is 2 years. How far has it progressed? What is your strategy going forward to take it to the level where we had heard about Kuwait, how they have moved forward?
You need a...
Really, this festival, it's fantastic for me because the many years I searching about how we can bring this heritage and cultures. When we speak about the cultures, we think about the many, same that my mother's saying that, okay, we think that we speak about the museum, that's it, or the sum of the streets. And when we go and we see that the street is smaller and smaller and the shop is closing, and that's it. But in these festivals, and thank you for you that you support us, and thank you for WCC too. And I think that is a revolution. We try to talk to the persons that it's the revolution. We should start the new vision about the crafts and about the cultures. I tried that extended festivals, and in this year with Mr. Lee, we do some part of these festivals in the Vietnam. But really, I wanted that extended to the another countries, because each countries have their formals, and the formals, their dance. Actually, we invite many artists from the many countries, but we wanted that see these visions in each countries. If we can do it, I think that we have a good visions. Thank you.
Yanda. Any more questions for our panelists? Yes. Professor Pick is excited to share. She has 30 years experience, and I'm very fascinated by the diplomacy. Yeah, very hands-on. Very good.
So, no more questions. We can bring this wonderful panel to a close. And
Thank you so much for the
thank you
panel.
very much for all the distances you've traveled and all the insights you've given. And after food for thought, let's have food for our stomachs. So we'll break for lunch, and thank you for putting us back on time. It's 1 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock, please, the next panel will start. And if you can all be here 5 minutes before that, that would be truly wonderful. As with the other panels, we have a galaxy of people who will share their insights with us. Thank you very much.
was a batchmate with Somesh, and we had studied together design, and then we have worked in craft also for many years. After that, I went to Dubai for 15 years, and there I was into academics, teaching for 13 years, and then I again went back to designing, mostly menswear. And now I'm in Canada, Vancouver, and I'm surprised, amazed, and overwhelmed with the kind of knowledge and experience and exposure I've had in the last couple of days. And with the help of WCC, I want to explore the Canadian crafts and bring them on a world stage. So that's it. So this is my brief introduction.
Thank you, Vikas. To Mr. Otumba.
Thank you very much. My name's Otumba Shegun Rushewe. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm very delighted to be here today to share some thoughts practically on how we can transmit from policies to practice. That is the key word. And I want to commend the organizers of this program. Policy is the most important aspect of any development in the world. And the integration of it going to it is another new one. So for me, I'm very happy. Like I said, my names are Otumba Shegun Rushewe. I'm the president of African WCC. It's my pride and happiness that I've met so many new friends. We've shared thoughts. We've been able to develop a new product. So I look forward to contributing my best for us to make a new look. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alberto de Vitolaza. I come from Uruguay. I studied architecture and I taught architectural design. And then I got also a PhD in architecture in Spain. And I worked for Craft during 30 years at the Ministry of Industry in my country. And I had the opportunity to be the director of the craft department at the Ministry of Industry, and to run policies, and then to think about policies and their implementation during a long period of time. Before leaving my microphone, I would like to thank the organizers and the WCC president for the invitation to be here. I'm very happy to meet a lot of people here, new acquaintances, and I hope new friends in the whole world. Thank you very much.
Malolele, talofalava, nisam bulavinaka, whakalawalahiatu, and tēnā koutou katoa. These are greetings in our Pacific languages, as well as the greeting in our Indigenous language of Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's an honour to be part of this panel and to share the stage with my fellow panelists. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity, and also raise the question on how do we ensure that policy becomes real in our everyday lives. My name is Luciana Malfa'o. I am a senior advisor at the Ministry for Pacific Peoples. My work is an intersection of government systems as well as community-led delivery, focusing on language revitalization as well as creative cultural programs. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity. Malo e mauwhainga malia.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for introduction. Because I thought, I will change this a bit, practice in afternoon, rather than me speaking about everybody and you keep on seeing my face. Interestingly, I mean, everywhere we are going to talk about craft and again talk about a lot of, technical things. So I thought, before we discuss further, let us, for a moment, look at some crafts which will challenge the notion of crafts. It's also very important because we are going to discuss all about craft. But at the same time, our mind needs to be challenged. And therefore, I thought it's a nice idea of quick video collections, which will help you to take through. And then we will set the direction for further discussion. So I'm going to introduce you a few slides, very quick slides of videos. Look through it. And then I'm going to tell you what exactly was that.
Artesanía que hacemos aquí en mi comunidad, podemos hacerlo solamente de día, ya que no tenemos luz de noche. Ya con una lámpara que solo necesita de agua salada, ya con esa lámpara podemos tejer, podemos hacer muchas cosas que en el día tal vez no completamos, no terminamos de hacer.
No hay ninguna máquina en el mundo que pueda hacer hoy día todo un dispositivo con un solo alambre. Solamente son ellas, a través de ese conocimiento ancestral de los tejidos, esa dedicación, que logran hacer estas estructuras tan complejas. Mi nombre es Franz Freudenthal, soy médico, cardiólogo pediatra, intervencionista y me dedico a fabricar dispositivos médicos para tratar enfermedades cardíacas. Gracias a estos dispositivos podemos curar hasta un 60% de las enfermedades sin abrir el tórax. El dispositivo avanza por este catéter, llega donde está el defecto cardíaco, se reconfigura, en ese lugar cierra el defecto cardíaco. Yo me encontraba acá, en Bolivia, tenía la tecnología, no tenía máquinas y las personas han venido hacia mí y me han pedido que estaban dispuestas a ayudarme. Las señoras que vienen donde nosotros son aymaras y llevan la capacidad de hacer el tejido en su sangre. Es 60 o 70% de los bolivianos vienen de estas personas originarias.
Eso que está viendo así como una cosita larga.
Estas señoras en el comienzo han sido pacientes nuestros. Hemos tenido algunos pacientes que no hemos logrado tratar, sus hijos. Les hemos explicado la solución y ellas han trabajado con nosotros.
Yo me llamo Verónica Dubiri Balboa. Yo soy una tejedora. Mi mamá me enseñó a tejer desde niña. Nosotros que tejemos los dispositivos ayudan a salvar vidas. Los pequeños es como 3 horas, en los grandes es 1 día y medio, y también en los tejidos se requiere mucha paciencia, cariño, amor al tejido.
Son más de 50.000 pacientes que hemos tratado. Es el conocimiento y la sistematización que traen los ingenieros, más la habilidad y el arte de estos artistas, es que producen estos dispositivos. Para mí es hermoso que estos tejidos ancestrales, junto con tecnología, estén salvando niños. Para mí es un milagro.
Thank you for watching. What was that? We are going to begin policy. And when you look at, the policy's first problem, it is that it comes under culture and heritage. That's what we use, right? All over the world, you look at the government definition of craft, comes under culture and heritage. What did you see here? You saw science, you saw technology, you saw engineering, you saw much more than what it is. So my point to everyone is that when we talk about policy, the first foremost thing about craft is, it is not about just art and craft. It is most important part of the complete country's ecosystem. And if we are not able to build these aspects of the craft into the policy, then of course the practice will remain what it has been for last so many decades. So the first argument, first food for thought for this discussion I'm going to initiate with this panel is that what according to them are the things which are lacking into the current policy of crafts into their own countries and regions. You know, they are all from different regions. She's from Oceania, Dr. Alberto is from Latin America, Mr. Otumba is from Africa, and Vikas is, of course, from the North America. So we have, and I'm from Asia. So it's a balanced representation of all the geographic regions which we created for this particular panel. So my first question to all the panelists, and you can start one by one, what are the things you think are to be still integrated in policy? First, because then we will come to the praxis part. What are those things? Do you think that still it need to be part of Culture and Heritage Ministry, as Dr. Koshi was telling about the Ministry of Creative Economy, right, Dr. Koshi? The first one started with the UK. So the first government that started the Department for Creative Economy was in UK. And then it moved to Indonesia and other places. And that's how, it is now expanding across the world, right? So first point which I want to ask you is, in policy, what are the gaps you see from the government perspective? And what is it which needs to be added so that we can strengthen the entire ecosystem of craft? So can I start with you, Lucenia?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I just want to acknowledge Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So this is a policy framework that we in New Zealand shapes how government and institutions and communities are meant to work together. And this is very important for our Indigenous people, as well as our Pacific people in New Zealand. And I guess in terms of making sure that our policies are reflective of our communities, we have to make sure that in our country, our Pacific voices are heard, and that the issues that our Pacific people are facing in terms of wanting to integrate their crafts or develop their delivery of work, our policies need to be reflective of what the issues that they're facing and what they need. And I guess sometimes with policymakers, we don't often see them on the ground with our communities. And I think that's a very important thing for our communities to thrive, to have our policymakers be on the ground to see what the issues are and how they can, use their own expertise through policy to implement their work. Thank you.
Interesting. So she's pointed out two important things. One, that the policy is majorly focused on preservation, because they are saying that they need to stand with their communities, right, and try and save whatever is still remaining. So preservation is the part. But at the same time, you said something more interesting, is disconnect between policy makers and the ground realities. Correct? Now, that is very important, So this is one key takeaway from today's discussion, that how do we really reconnect and not disconnect? Correct? So we move to Dr. Alberto. I will speak now slow, Dr. Alberto, because you have requested me that.
Thank you.
Okay. So coming to you, what is your thinking about the gaps in policy in your region and country?
My region is one thing, my country is another thing, or maybe my country belongs to a region that is, is not very homogeneous. So I think that the craft, as we think about craft, is it's a productive activity, productive and creative activity. So as we think about a policy to develop this kind of craft, we have to think about these aspects. So it's a means of livelihood also, and in order to sell the craft, because the sustainability is the most important thing of our policy. So for its sustainability, you have to sell craft. That's necessary. And to sell craft, you have to add value to our product. And this is there where heritage, culture, and all these kinds of things come together to add value to a certain product. So I think that it's very complex. It's not very simple, but it's very complex because you have to produce something, but this thing has to tell something. It has to transmit a meaning for the public. I don't know.
No, it's absolutely fine, because what you talked about is, I mean, what is different from Lusania, is you've talked about that how the craft crosses over to different ministries. For example, he's talking about employment. Now that's come under Ministry of Labor and Employment. Then second is you're talking about commerce, which comes under Ministry of Industries and Commerce. So interesting part is craft is also expanding beyond these areas to the different ministry section. Mr. Otumba, what is your take on that?
Thank you very much. I'm going to use my region as a case study on this. First and foremost, we must appreciate that policy is the packaging of a synergy of getting a result. But in most cases, the policies are formulated, but the mandate for deliveries are not carried to the later, which is the biggest issue. But ladies and gentlemen, there is one thing I want to say here today. This sector is the highest employer of labor all over the world. This is the only sector. You don't need a PhD or MSc to bring out a good craft item. It's about creativity. So we need to be deliberate in bringing the policy. And when the policy comes up, who are the people to give the mandate to make sure the policy is captured at the last end? In most times, the policies are full. The mandate is half-baked. That means there's a full policy without a template, and then you never get anything out of it. Then you find out, like you said, what are the problems? The problems become the challenges of that policy. So it's very important for us to set up a standard of a policy who are to implement this policy. Have they implemented it? Have they been able to get results? So that is what we need to take out of this place today. The marriage between policy and the practice. Are we achieving the ultimate result or not? It's important we capture that. Thank you very much.
It's interesting, because you are talking about that policy may not have problems at times, but implementation may have. So which means, policy is only 10% and implementation is 90%. Which means on the ground, if it is not turning that into reality, that it is not going to really fructify. Right? Coming to Vikas. Vikas, what are your thoughts?
I think what my fellow panelists have told, based on that, I think the selling the product and how to sell it, and what Dr. Koshi said, mass production and handicraft. So we have to get them married somehow, right? And take it to a level where people should know, okay, this is a craft item or this is hand done. We have to publicize somehow. We have to market the crafts or the products in a way that people see them every day, people hear about them every day, and then we know, okay, this is something. And then from there, we can use at least 50% or 40% or 60% of the craft, the heritage, or what you call the craft or heritage or culture, somehow into our modern products, so that at least I see that every day on a daily basis. Right? I saw the video, Junichi Arai. I was lucky to meet him in Japan and learn the way he was doing the stainless steel fabrication. But then the final end goal of that craft which he devised or introduced or invented was to make fabrics not only for people to wear, but for animals, for many other usage. He had a list of things, which I don't remember right now. So what I've heard right now, and to make a policy, it might take time. It is a uphill task, but we can do that. And I think we should brainstorm how to the craft. Basically, I should see the crafts on a daily basis. Then I'll remember. Otherwise, we'll come here, we'll sit, we'll talk, we'll appreciate, and then we'll go. So it's just basically preservation and protection. So implementation, execution, usage, that we have to talk, right? That we have to discover somehow. This is what I feel.
Yeah. So one of the critical questions, which brings to the second point of, second point of discussion, is that when the policy is being made, in your experiences, in your country, do you think when the policy is being formulated, are all the stakeholders being invited to discuss and develop the policy? Very big question, because when you talk about implementation, government is not going to implement. Any government institution also not going to implement. There are implementers on the ground. Now, are those implementers coming to those meetings, sitting in those dialogues and discussions, and then formulating the policy? So that's my question to all of you. And we again start with.
So in my country, where I'm from, in New Zealand, we understand that our communities have had their own issues and solved their own issues on their own for a long time before the government supported them. So then we see that through this, when we talk about policy implementation, we have to consult with our communities and making sure that these policies that they want to implement are fit for purpose, are culturally appropriate, and that they are accessible for our communities as well. And I think that's an important aspect to make sure that the policies are being implemented well for our communities.
Dr. Alberto, my another question to you is, see, one is somebody's written, right? You write something in English, right? So somebody writes by some understanding, one part. The other person is who's reading it. Now, it is not necessary the person reading it will have the same understanding of what the person who's writing it. How do you solve this communication gap? And this is a part of policy, because policy is always into a document. But when somebody is going to implement it, they will read through those documents, they'll build some understanding in their mind, and that understanding is going to drive the implementation. So how do we solve this gap of communication?
In our case, I personally had the opportunity to conceive a strategic plan for the development of craft in my country. And at that moment, we thought from the very beginning that about the implementation. So in order to conceive the policy, we just consulted all the people who were involved in craft, like a kind of a craft system, I mean, craft people, craft workshops, institutions who work with craft, financing institutions, government institutions, and we met with them. We organized 4 meetings in the country with 50 to 100 people, and we had some sociologists to work with us, and we just talked with them, and we asked them what they were thinking about a strategic plan, what were the main guidelines, and what the main activities and programs. So we consulted everybody before drafting the plan. So after that, we took this information and we began to draft the plan, so the future policy to the craft development in the country. Well, as we have our first draft, we just called them again and gave them the draft for them to give their opinion. When all the plan was approved, it was approved by everybody, but by all the craft system. So in that way, all the policies were known by everybody. So the implementation was quite easy, you know, because
Interesting.
everybody was involved, was committed with
Interesting.
the policy.
So what you're saying is that rather than any individual drafting or organization drafting the whole policy, they work with everybody and everybody puts in the inputs and then you collate together and build that as a policy. Interesting. Very, very interesting and very interesting model also to emulate at different places. To Mr. Otumba, there is another critical question of language. So in language. Now in example in your country, right? What language do you use for drafting these policies?
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me first and foremost make it very clear. In every aspect of life, communication is key. Like you said earlier on, you can pass a message to somebody. He may not understand it in depth to what you want to sell. I'll give you a quick example. I took all the commissioners in Nigeria to South Africa. We wanted to do something on wildlife. When we got to South Africa, we went to Mandela's house. Mandela's house is a very small building, but inside Mandela's house, we have over 2,000 tourists waiting to visit Mandela's house. One of the commissioners asked, "Why is everybody here?" That's his understanding. Over 2,000 visitors, tourists, have read about Mandela. He's a great man, great philosopher, etc. And that's why they want to see him. But another person could not understand, why do you want to see somebody that is not living? So there is need for proper communication for them to understand why they need to visit Mandela's house. So in my country, like you rightly said, our general language is English.
Wow.
But you will be unfair if you want to enter the local community to go there with only English. You will never get results. So in that case, we go with about 4 different languages, including Pidgin English that I'm sure most people here may not understand. But that helps us to get the results. So I want to thank the moderator, my prof. Language is key, particularly that in most communities, it's the local people that sell craft. They're not very educated. So, and that's why WCC, World Craft Council, is there to protect the interests of the ordinary craft man and woman through a strategy of integrating everybody coming together as a synergy. So language is key, but the language that will be used in Sri Lanka, in India, in Germany, in Japan, will be different from my community. So if you are coming to my community, you must come with the right language. Quickly, you showed us a film here. About 20 years ago, somebody brought some fabrics to Nigeria. They were beautiful fabrics, but they were black color. In my place, we only use black color if you are going to bury the dead person. So that person has lost a big business. Business is gone. He brought black fabrics to Nigeria. Nobody is going to take you serious. But if you bring blue, this is our national color I'm wearing now. People will go for it. So language and the strategy of communicating with people marries and form a synergy of getting to the right public. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I think a lot of interesting point. And coming to Vikas, now Canada is on a very critical juncture. North America in general. how do you really connect with the indigenous tribe? You know, you have very limited handful indigenous tribe which is left, and you have interacted with few. What do you see that, what is the basic difference of understanding between what government is doing and what they are actually feeling at the ground?
Canada as a country, they have a lot of respect for the indigenous people and the First Nation people. And before they start any big event, for example, now the FIFA World Cup is going to take place partially in Canada as well. So before any big event, they do acknowledge the sacrifice and the cordial behavior of the indigenous tribes. So this is how they begin respecting the First Nation people. Apart from that, they have many other bodies which are government authorized and semi-like NGOs as well, like First Peoples Cultural Council, Canadian Heritage, Indigenous Center for Cumulative Effects, etc. So all these institutions or bodies, they typically try to protect the rights of the First Nation people. And in Canada, we have a policy which is based on the law of privacy, and it's a bylaw that the knowledge or the craft or anything, the living style, the government, they don't want to disclose until unless they feel comfortable. The First Nation people feel comfortable. So as Somesh said, I wanted to approach a tribe called Salish, who are from north-west of Canada, and they typically do woodwork. For example, just, there's like a big trunk of tree, they'll just carve it out and make into a canoe or a boat. So this tribe, I've tried to interact with these people, and I got very limited information because they have a body over the community who work into these crafts, and we have to approach that particular body to infiltrate into more details about the policies. Either they are working for their upliftment or just the protection and preservation and stuff like that. So the government is pro. They are for the craft people and the indigenous tribes. But yes, I think the government still has to take some major steps in terms of creating policies and then implementation and then execution and stuff like that. But yes, the indigenous tribes are taken well care of. They have all these yearly and monthly grants, and and they have a lot of respect in Canada. This is what I know.
That's interesting. So also, what you say is when there are organizations with whom you deal and then you reach out to the end craftsmen, which also shows that within this policy framework, there are a lot of barriers being created, which is very interesting. So last set of questions I'm going to ask, and we will end this discussion. My last set of question is on the implementation, because we talked about the policy, we talked about the communication, we talked about the transmission, but the last part is on the implementation. So what are your thoughts? What are your suggestions for making the implementation more meaningful, more productive, and more efficient? And that is what what steps should we take, should we do in those? So again, we're going to begin with Luciana.
In terms of making sure that the implementation stage is well executed, we have to make sure that we build that relationship with our communities and the people that we're working with. That's very important to ensure that their work is being well looked after and well supported. In supporting our communities, we also understand that there's no one size fits all. So we have to ensure that the policies that we want to implement are also flexible to change if needed to as well.
What is the revision time? I mean, if I may ask, suppose you make a policy, right? And you go through it and you feel that there are adaptations needed. How frequently do you evaluate that? Or you just make it and you say, oh, in another 4 years, then we will go and revisit. What is that time frame?
It would be dependent on the consultation with our communities. So it won't be like a rushed process, because we do value the community's input and we want to make sure that we are supporting them well. And yeah, like I said, their voice is important, and we want to make sure that the implementation stage and process is fit for our communities.
So you're saying, from what I gather from your final input, is that you're saying that policy has to be driven by the intimate relationship between the policy maker and the and the implementers, correct?
Yes.
Right?
We are as someone who works in the government agency, we are enablers. Our communities drive their initiatives, and we have that trust in them to deliver what is suitable for them and what is relatively appropriate and culturally appropriate for them as well.
Interesting. So policy maker, they're saying policy, not policy makers, policy enablers. So they don't become the makers. It's the community that makes the policy and they enable them to, that's very interesting. It's a very interesting perspective. Coming to Dr. Alberto.
Well, in our case, as I said, we created this strategic plan, and as we were the Ministry of Industry, we created the plan, and at the same time, we were the main implementers of the plan, because we are a public institution, the ministry, so we have the means and the duty to implement what we had at the plan. At the same time, we had other institutions, private ones, and even municipal governments that they know about the plan, and they help us also implement some activities, because the plan finished with different programs that included activities very, very well defined. And then they called us for help to implement, but it was kind of some organic, implementation in all the country. I mean, our country is not very big. It's not Canada, for instance, and it's quite homogeneous. We have a small population, and not very difference between all the parts of the country. So it's very well communicated also. So it was not very difficult for everybody to get connected to us. So the implementation was not very difficult, and everybody knew about this. And but I think that the most important is that everybody knew and everybody had participated in some aspects of the plan. So it went very smoothly at the moment of the implementation.
So one, interesting point is implementation agency, Dr. Alberto, implementation agency. Now, implementation agency in most of the countries, they say you have to be not-for-profit, you have to be a trust, you have to be a Section 8, company. But in your case, is it also allowed to private players like designers, like retailers, like producers? Does government give them fund for implementation, or they become implementation agency?
We have our plan, and we also worked with designers, for instance, with private institutions, but they were free to get our ideas, or how if they wanted to implement other ideas, or they were free to do whatever they wanted, But if they wanted to add some activities to what we were thinking, okay, they participated with us. And some, for instance, we went to some markets in Europe or in other parts of America, and all of them were invited to participate. But if they wanted to go there by themselves, it's okay also, It's not compulsory to, if they want to participate in our activity, okay. If not, they are free to do whatever they want.
So what you're saying is not company-based implementation agency, but credibility-based implementation agency, which means anybody, it could be NGO, it could be trust, it could be designers, could be company, anybody can, get government support for implementation, right? So this is very unique because, this is very strange in terms of India, If you're not NGO, if you're not trust, you will not get any government support. So that is very hindering because there are so many good players, good people working out there, and they're working for craft sector. but they are not getting government support because this is the barrier, which they have created in policy. They're not going to fund them. So this is very interesting to Mr. Otumba and then to Vikas, and we'll close this session. To you, in terms of implementation, how do you monitor, how do you manage, and how do you document it? Because that's also very important, how do you really revisit, evaluate, and all those kind of things?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, if you want proper implementation, there must be division of labor. Not just everybody jumping on everything. There must be division of labor. And after that, there must be feedback mechanism. Somebody has to give a feedback so you know where the fault of the implementation is coming from. Without that, these two keywords will be having labor without any success story. So I repeat, first and foremost, there must be division of labor. A is to take care of administration, finance, operation, etc. And feedback mechanism will now check those line of actions. If you marry that together, it makes it very simple in administration for you to get implementation perfected and put in the right position, and you can get feedback mechanism for proper reports and results. Thank you very much.
Interesting. So last conversation we'll pick up with Vikas. It is very interesting, but what happens is often we have seen that government gives some money for implementation, and implementation is done on paper. And when you go on the ground, you see nothing. Now, how do you solve that kind of dilemma? Can you suggest something, Vikas, which you have seen from your experience?
Yes, I think suggestion is the right word, because I'm not still in a stage where I can talk about implementation. But in Canada, the moment you reach the airport, starting from the airport, you start seeing, you start feeling the indigenous culture all around you in terms of colors, patterns, motifs, even zebra crossing. Wherever you go, in malls, anywhere, you'll see some kind of some shadows or some patterns you'll always see related to the indigenous art. So the suggestion, what I can offer to my Canadian friends when I go there, when I happen to meet them, is that, as you said, that the crafts people or the craft community has to join hands with designers, with engineers, with people who are into commerce, and then they have to mutually work together to find a way out for the craft to, to implement the craft into various modern products. This is what I can suggest right now.
Interesting. Okay. So, we don't have time for questions. I'm sorry for that, because we have already overlapped a bit in terms of time. So, thank you very much for all your suggestions. And, I'm sure that we have a small community here. You can have individual interaction and discuss more on this. And with this, I would like to invite Sandeep and take it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sumesh. And with that, we're going to be moving to our last panel of the of today, and that we have a very special panel. This is a panel which will be led by Mr. Rasool Samadov. He's from UNESCO, and we are very privileged that he's come here with many of his colleagues. He's located in the regional office for the Gulf states and Yemen, and he's based in Doha. Mr. Samadov, can I request you to... okay.
Of course. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Rasool. I'm from a UNESCO regional office for the Gulf states and Yemen. We're based in Doha, so our work is to support Gulf states and Yemen with different contextual situations, and different policies on the ground in the areas of UNESCO's work and UNESCO Culture Program in particular. And I'm here today with the experts. So before I start contextualizing our presentation, our session basically, wanted to introduce our okay. So some of the speakers will be using Arabic. So if you would like to grab the translation device, interpretation device, in the meantime, that would be great.
So the most sessions were in English.
Yeah. So we change it a bit, so we have a little bit of diversity of intervention. So. Exactly. So I'd like to introduce first our distinguished panelists, Professor Randa Rizk, who is an academic professor and researcher. So her work spans over education, culture, social responsibility, and heritage. She serves as a head of educational media at Cairo University and advisor to the President of Egypt and Secretary General to the Arab Council of Social Responsibility. She's a specialist in gender sociology and political media, holds 2 PhDs and multiple postgraduate qualifications across cultural studies and social sciences. Professor Rizk is a founder of a Beit Rizk Foundation for Heritage Crafts, championing the revival of traditional crafts and economic empowerment in families through trade and community-based initiatives. She has represented Egypt in multiple UNESCO-led activities and events, and her work integrates heritage with sustainable development, with crafts as tools for social inclusion, resilience, and identity. In the middle, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Taima Abu Hekma. She's architect and cultural practitioner. She has extensive experience across the creative industries and heritage sectors in the Arab region, and particularly in Jordan now, and Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, by the way. And she has worked in intersection of design and cultural programming and heritage, including exhibitions lead in Amman Design Week, but also as local coordinator for a UNESCO project in Kuwait here. And last but not least is Jawida Mansour. She is a culture and heritage and urban development expert. She has over a decade of experience in heritage, community-based programming, interdisciplinary project management. So she currently serves as Culture Program Officer at the UNESCO Regional Office for the Gulf States in Yemen. So she holds a master's degree in cultural anthropology and development studies from Leuven and a master's degree in heritage management from University of Kent. So thank you very much for joining this panel. And before we start the round of reflections and we share a little bit of what we foresee, what we looked at, and what we have identified as the major trends and opportunities in the Arab region in the field of crafts, I'd like you to take through a quick exercise which actually came from a mechanism of specific specific UNESCO convention. So many of you have probably heard about 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. It's actually one of the 2 conventions that guide the work of UNESCO in the field of crafts, and the second one you may have heard about is the 2005 Convention for the Promotion and Protection of Diversity of Cultural Excellence. It's very long. Basically, the approach is a bit different, although the 2 are very important for the field of crafts. So the first looks at crafts as a form of living heritage, and I think tomorrow there is a panel on living heritage aspects. So you may want to speak about that in depth, but I'll give you a few trends in the region that we've seen in the Arab states, which will be interesting to trigger questions. So the first convention looks at transmission of crafts as living heritage primarily. So the focus of transmission is fundamental. So you transmit skills and knowledge related to a particular area of living heritage, in this case of crafts, to the next generation. And then you have the whole element of safeguarding. So we don't talk about protection, preservation, or other measures more than we talk about safeguarding. And why safeguarding? To keep it alive. We don't protect those crafts. We don't protect those elements of living heritage. We transmit them to the next generation. We safeguard them, so we keep them alive. And the second convention is basically creating an ecosystem to look at crafts among other cultural industries, culture and creative industries, as a system of cultural goods and services where artistic expressions can be, nurtured, can develop, can thrive through different contexts. So the second convention does not take into account the transmission of heritage as its core. But crafts also is a result of a transmission heritage, is a result of evolution of heritage throughout generations. And today I heard a lot about authenticity, for example, of heritage. In the perspective of 2003 convention, authenticity doesn't matter. So there is this approach, there is this conception, there is this understanding of living heritage as constantly living and evolving. So it doesn't freeze over time. So if it doesn't freeze over time and it has many forms of its expression, then there is no authentic approach to it that needs to be applied, because every heritage, every form of heritage has the right to be dynamic in nature while it's being transmitted. So the crafts, practiced in Kuwait, that moved to another country, that find themselves in a different context, of course will find inspiration in the different patterns of heritage, right? Or patterns of ecosystem that exists elsewhere. And that's normal for the heritage to evolve, and that's normal for living heritage to continue growing. So in the first convention that I mentioned, 2003 convention, there was a few years ago a mechanism of states, parties, that we call periodic reporting. So it was region-based, and there were a lot of experiences that were shared by public institutions, basically, and community organizations within that periodic reporting exercise that I'm going to share a few trends from. But I think it's interesting to look at them before we look at the examples, because many echo with what we have seen here. So if we take by subject areas, there are institutional landscape of crafts that in the Arab states that face strength but also gaps. Of course, there are there are national institutions responsible for living heritage, including for crafts. There are even dedicated bodies for crafts in some of the Arab states, and this is the case of Morocco, for example. They have a Ministry of Crafts and something. The case of Saudi Arabia, you have a Saudi Commission for Crafts under the Ministry of Culture. So, and there are some other examples. So you have a dedicated, basically, approach to say crafts is a specific area that needs, has to address specific needs, and specific policies need to be addressed through that. We also identified a lot of gaps, and I think we heard it here as well today, the lack of community participation, the discrepancy between policy making and the impact on the community and the voices of the community, heard or not by policy, come up quite often in the experiences. So there are challenges in training and capacity building. The previous panel has spoken about implementation of policy making at the local level. But what is also important, I find, is to have proper training and capacity building embedded in the policy making, because whatever is decided by the policy making, let's assume it's with the participation of communities, craftsmen, of craftspeople, then it cannot be applied unless the community organizations are fully empowered to accompany the policy making. Then otherwise there would be discrepancy of policy making. What we at UNESCO have put a lot of effort in the recent years is to connect transmission of living heritage, including crafts, through education. And education, formal education, non-formal education. And this is something that we try to multiply, and we'll try to trigger the voices of education community as well, because what education system does, it gives a lot to the younger generation. But what sometimes lacks is the relevance of that education. How do you connect capital, decided, policies decided, a curriculum decided in capitals? How do you contextualize them to a village in a remote area? And this is where the relevance of education comes in. And crafts can play an important role in that as well. So we noticed that there are already efforts in the Arab states to embed in primary and secondary education, but the approach is very often through non-formal activities, activities that are outside the scope of formal education. And formal education is the one where you actually touch the core of the education system. This is where we realize that there's a lot of work that needs to be done with teachers on the ground, with policymakers, to try to embed living heritage, including crafts, in curriculum, and in teacher training as a component of primary and secondary education. There are huge opportunities to work further with technical and vocational education institutions, and many of them have actually worked on crafts and continue to work on crafts, including in India. I know there are very strong institutions in India. There are strong institutions here in the Gulf, in Maghreb as well, but also in Egypt, if I remember correctly. So crafts is one of the core areas of technical and vocational education and training, and this goes beyond secondary education and has a specific layer of policies and responsibilities within countries. We continue telling more and more and promoting this idea of inventories, not as a simple documentation process, but as something that continues to give policymakers, communities themselves, clear picture of what the crafts are, basically, and how they are transmitted from generation to generation, the modes of transmission. And I think somebody mentioned here today the discrepancy that sometimes not all information is shared by the communities for the policymakers to advance. For UNESCO, thinks it's absolutely normal for policymakers not to intrude it in community dynamics, because some communities may find it important not to disclose all crafts-related information to the policymakers. And this is where it is important from UNESCO perspective, to preserve the standpoint of the community, the viewpoint of the community. And this is what we call customary rules governing access to traditional knowledge. We have spoken about the policy measures here, and this continues to require a lot of efforts from the states concerned. We do see that policies, they don't necessarily capture the full diversity of heritage and full diversity of crafts in particular, because also from the policy perspective, they tend to see the most visible forms of crafts. They don't see the forms of crafts that are endangered, that are in remote areas, that are, that have only, 1-2 people practicing in, and elderly people. So that overview is lacking, and the efforts needs to be made. There's a huge role of civil society organizations. And I was so happy to see here a lot of grassroots organizations that work with the communities. This is the most important part of our work, is to empower those organizations, both profit and non-profit actually, because I mean, looking at the experiences of the previous panel, it's exactly what it is. Many crafts-based entities are actually business entities. And in some cases, businesses, entities, they do receive in some countries support, but most of all, I mean, it's mostly non-profit organizations that do keep benefit from those. We noticed a few emerging trends in the region. So there's still strong investment in culture and heritage in the region. There are, of course, a lot of processes that impact crafts, impact other forms of living heritage, and those are, of course, climate change, urbanization, and lack of transmission and disruption of heritage transmission. There's a lot of potential with growing economy, a lot of investments in crafts as a potential for multiplication of non-industry, non-classical industry benefits, and these cases exist all over Arab region, for example, in Morocco, in Maghreb, in Algeria as well, in Egypt, but also in the Gulf. So it continues. Countries continue to build on crafts as one of the resources for tourism and creative economy. We also saw a lot of challenges in the region that are shared. The limited systematic community involvement, we spoke about it already, but also the partial access to inventory. So some countries that did produce inventories of crafts, and there are specific inventories of crafts in some of the Arab countries, we still see the lack of excessive access of communities concerned with that heritage to that data. So there is a discrepancy of that exercise as if it was collected just for a institutional effort rather than for the community benefit of that. There is intellectual property rights protection, but also the fragmented approaches and lack of youth participation. So this is in a nutshell that what we have seen. And before we go further, I would like to ask each of the panelists to present and present a little bit their experiences through these lenses, and how do you think these case studies can benefit other countries and can be multiplied in other countries. So I'd like to first invite Dr. Anwar to speak. So she's going to speak on the first subject that you see here, and I will continue later with the questions. Thank you so much.
شكرا لحضرتك جدا. السلام عليكم. أنا سعيدة أن أنا أكون موجودة. بشكر اليونسكو على إتاحة هذه الفرصة العظيمة أن أنا أتكلم عن رحلة طويلة في التعاون مع اليونسكو، يمكن بدأت في 2005 إلى الآن. في البداية كمان بشكر هذا المنتدى العظيم، منتدى الحرف العالمي، اللي خد سلوجان ربط العالم وتشكيل المستقبل. في الحقيقة يعني السلوجان نفسه في حد ذاته له عمق وله استمرارية، واعتقد هي بداية لأجندة عمل كبيرة جدا والعديد من المنتديات على مستوى الوطن العربي. بشكر طبعا الشيخ حبيبي، بشكر الصباح على استضافتها لينا، وبشكر طبعا دكتور سعد القدومي أيضا على هذا الجهد وعلى هذا المنتدى العظيم. وهبدأ منين ابتدت الحكاية. يمكن أنا طلبت أتكلم بالعربي عشان أتكلم من قلبي، وأقول حكاية طويلة اشتغلنا فيها بإيدينا من خلال دعم اليونسكو أو رؤية اليونسكو. في البداية كانت في 2005 لما قرر اليونسكو الاحتفال لأول مرة باليوم العالمي للأمية في جمهورية مصر العربية. وكان بالنسبة لنا موضوع الأمية يعني موضوع عادي، يعني طبعا يونسكو ثقافة وتعليم، بس لقينا ان الرؤية بتاعتهم كانت شوية بعيدة عن فكرة ان هو محو أمية هجائية، ولكن اهتموا بمحو الأمية الحياتية، ودي كانت مهمة قوي. يعني education for quality life دي كانت الفيجن بتاعتهم. وبالتالي كان احنا يمكن الفصول اللي اتعملت في دلتا مصر وصعيدها، الاماكن اللي موجوده على النيل واللي بتقوم على الزراعه جوه الحقل، يعني فصل جوه الحقل الدراسي جوه، يعني الدراسه بقت شغل وفي نفس الوقت بيتعلموا. وكان الفيجن بتاعت هذه التجربه انك انت تتعلم عشان حياتك تبقى افضل، مش عشان تتعلم محو اميه، لان طبعا الكبار بيبقى عندهم شويه رفض ان هم يتعلموا محو الاميه على كبر. فما ربطنا فكره الحزمه التحفيزيه بين ان هم يتعلموا وبين ان هم حياتهم تتحسن، فبدأنا نشتغل على من هذا المنطلق، وبالتالي بقى في إقبال شديد جدا على فصول الحقول أو الحقل. يمكن كان في فرصة وأنا هبعت ده بعد كده اليونسكو يعرضوا الصور بتاعة السيدات، وقد إيه كمان لما ترجتنا السيدة كربة الأسرة في صعيد مصر أو في الدلتا، لأن هي المسيطرة والمؤثرة على الأسرة ككل، فبالتالي نجحت الموضوع ده. فبدأنا نفكر إزاي نقدر كمان من هذا الفكر نحن نحيي التراث أو الثقافة المصرية الأصيلة من خلال المنتجات التراثية القائمة على الزراعة. كان أهمها طبعا في مصر بتتمتع بالنخيل، سواء في الفيوم، سواء في الأسوان، سواء في الدلتا، في أي أماكن كان فيها زراعات تقليدية ممكن نخرجها من الزراعة. فتم دوت طبعا، واشتغلنا على الحرف الخاصة بالبالمتري أو الخاصة بالجريد المصري، وبدأنا نربط ده كمان أيضا. مش بس بكده، بدأنا نربطه بالمنتجات الخاصة بالتراث، واستغلينا الجدات في مشاريع الحقول ديت، ان الجده تنقل هذه التجربه الى الاجيال، فتبقى هي الTOT او هي المدربه للجيل القادم. عشان طبعا الجيل القادم كان فيه تحديات، في منهم طبعا هاجر للمدينه عشان يعني يدور على فرصه عمل او بحث لحياه كريمه احسن يعني وافضل، او في منهم كمان توفوا العديد من الجدات اللي كان عندهم سر الصنعه او سر الحرف الحقيقيه يعني. فقمنا بالعمل دوت. ويمكن في نهايه الاحتفال او عند يعني في نهايه الانتهاء من عمليه تعليم الكبار ديت، اقمنا حفل احتفال على اليوم العالمي للاميه، وحضرت يمكن السيده الاولى في مصر في هذا الوقت، والوزاره كمان عشان تشوف هذا البرنامج وتشوف ازاي نقدر نعمل له ريبليكيت في جمهوريه مصر العربيه او ينطلق. وفي الحقيقه اليونسكو في هذا الفتره قام بعمل معرض عظيم جدا للسيدات، وكل تقريبا السيدات كانوا بيبيعوا منتجهم. فحتى لما كانوا بيقابلوا زوجات الوزراء السيدات والسيده الاولى اهدوهم اهداءات وقالوا لهم احنا على فكره اتعلمنا، يعني السيده جابت معاها الاتواب والمنتجات بتاعتها، لا اتعلمت اقيس فانا عارفه قياس حضرتك بالظبط. فطبعا دي كانت از جوك ان تتكلم السيده الاولى وتديها الحاجه، وكانت شيز براود ان يحصل حاجه زي كده. ويعني حاجة تانية كمان في هذه المناسبة، تم إطلاق طابع بريدي كذكرى مع اليونسكو، وده موجود برضو عندنا موجود في البرزنتيشن بمناسبة هذا اليوم العالمي، وإزاي ينطلق من أجندة دولية إلى أجندة محلية. ومنذ ذلك اليوم تم وضع الاحتفال ورفع ثقافة أو سلوجن التعلم لحياة أفضل، أو جودة الحياة من التعليم لجودة حياة أفضل. ودي كانت أول البدايات في مجال المشروعات مع اليونسكو. ثم بعد ذلك انتقلنا إلى أيضا مع اليونسكو، ولكن بشكل مختلف شوية، إزاي نقدر نعمل تمكين للأسر الأكثر احتياجا أو في الأماكن اللي هي أكثر احتياجا بإحياء الحرف التراثية. فعملنا مابينج، خريطة للأسر وخريطة وأيضا للتراث المصري. ودي تجربة رائعة جدا. يمكن يعني يحضرني طبعا، يمكن هم كانوا لسه صغيرين الموجودين معايا على المنصة من اليونسكو، مستر جيرارد بوماج اللي هو كان الأطلق في اليونسكو مفهوم التراث الثقافي أو الخريطة التراثية في الوطن العربي. أنا دايما بشكر هذا الرجل على دعمه، إنه كان محب جدا للثقافة العربية والتراث العربي حقيقة. وانطلقنا من الأوبرا المصرية، المسرح المكشوف، لأول معرض كبير بيجمع كل أنواع التراث المصري حقيقة، من أول رفح اللي على يعني من أول نقطة عند غزة وصولا إلى مرسى مطروح، العريش، أسوان، الفيوم، الجيزة، يعني سوهاج، التلي، كتير من الحرف التراثية يعني اللي أنا أتذكره سريعا حاليا. وانطلقنا مش بس في الحرف التراثية فقط، وأيضا الموسيقى والهوية اللي بتجمع مع التراث الفكر الثقافي. فبقى في شو بيحصل بالموسيقى وبالأداء مع طبعا عرض التراث نفسه والثقافة، وكمان انتاز هذا الموضوع باللايف شو، ان كان في مثلا عروض حية للمنتجات بيتم تنفيذها على امام الناس. وده طبعا جذب مع وجود كل السفارات والجهات الدوليه. اليونسكو ساعتها دعا كافه الجهات الدوليه سواء من الجهات المانحه او الدبلوماسيه عشان يعني يكون ده بدايه انطلاق لبرامج مشتركه بين اليونسكو وبين الثقافه والهويه المصريه. بعد ما انتهينا من ده في 2000 بقى، ده 2006 2007 و2008 بدأنا يعني حصلت أزمة شوية، يعني مش عايزة أقول أزمة يعني في المفاهيم الاجتماعية، لأن أهالي النوبة قرروا إن هم يعني لازم ينفصلوا عن مصر. فبدأنا نفكر إزاي نعمل لهم برنامج يربطهم مرة تانية بالأم وبالوطن. فصنعنا، وخاصة كان في مشكلة ساعة الفيضان، فكثير من العائلات النوبية راحت الأقصر نتيجة إن هم مش قادرين يعيشوا في الأماكن دي، بقت فيها دامج وفيها فيضانات النيل وحاجات زي كده. فبقى في جيل بعيد عن هويته النوبية. ففي الحقيقة قررنا نعمل حاجة لطيفة بدعم اليونسكو، وهو اللي حط لنا ساعتها. قلنا له إزاي نقدر نعمل مكان ياخد الثيم والطابع والروح النوبية، فكل هؤلاء النوبيين المهجرين إلى الأقصر إلى مدينة أخرى نربطهم بالثقافة الأم. وبالتالي إحنا أخذنا فكرة البيت النوبي، والبيت النوبي أصبح مزار سياحي النهاردة باي اليونسكو على خريطة السياحة الأقصرية أو صعيد مصر بصفة عامة. وقسمنا هذا البيت إلى نوعين، إلى مكانين. مكان اوبن اريا نقدر استخدمناه مع شركة سياحة عظيمة كمسؤولية مجتمعية ليها، مطعم لصناعة وتقديم الأكل والمشروبات النوبية. فبالتالي أصبح في جزئين، البيت الأهالي النوبة يروحوا يعني يطبخوا يعملوا الأكل للسواح، فبقى ده kind of economical empowerment ليهم. وفي نفس الوقت البيت النوبي الجزء الثاني هو بقى مكان مليء بالحرف التراثية، جمعنا كل الحرف التراثية النوبية المهمة واشتغلنا عليها. مش بس كمان استغلينا شوية دوت في ان احنا نرجع الجيل الثاني من النوبيين اللي ما شافوش النوبة واللي اتولدوا خارج النوبة ان هم يرتبطوا بالجذور والهوية الخاصة بيهم. فبالتالي اصبح هناك، وبالذات ان النوبيين كمان بيشتهروا ان هم من منتج الطمي النيل بينتجوا منتجات رائعة جدا، رائعة زي الفخار والجليز والحاجات كثيرة من الحاجات الفخارية اللطيفة اللي بتخدم الألوان النوبية الرائعة الجاذبة. بعد ما خلصنا ده طلبنا من اليونسكو إن كل منتج في البيت النوبي يكون له حاجتين مهمين جدا. أول حاجة إن WHO تيجي تعتمد أن هذه المنتجات صالحة للاستخدام الآدمي، فدي كانت نقطة مهمة جدا بالنسبة لنا. والنقطة الثانية إن ده يبقى زي ماستر بيسز للبنات، زي براند خاص بكل بنت، فكل قطعة كانت بتنتج للبنات ديت كانت بيطلع بتوقيع هذه الفتاة، باي هويدا، باي نعمة، يعني بيبقى بحيث كنوع من أنواع، وتحط تاريخ البنت، وممكن لو حد حب يتواصل معاها دايركت عشان يبقى ده ما بعد العمل في البيت النوبي. المشروع ده يمكن كان يعني مهم، اهتمنا بالمنتج، كل المنتجات البيئيه، جمعنا بين المنتج اللي طالع من الارض او من الزرع مع بعض المنتجات اللي هي قابله للتسويق، حتى الحنه كجزء من الثقافه النوبيه في الافراح وفي المناسبات المهمه باشكال ورموز خاصه بالثقافه النوبيه برضو ايضا نقلناها. عملنا حاجه لذيذه قوي في توثيق العمل دوت، عملنا توثيق ان الجدات والكبار السن من المدربين جم من اسوان، استضفناهم في الاقصر لمده سنه عشان يعلموا اجيال الجيل الثاني والثالث من الشباب النوبي عشان يبتدي يتمكن اقتصاديا. وعملنا قروض دواره ايضا لكل بنت اجتازت كل الدورات، وبدات تبقى منهم استغليناهم مدربات في البيت النوبي او مدربين، ومنهم ايضا استغلنا يبداوا مشاريعهم في بيوتهم، بس كنا بنعمل لهم عاملين ويب سايت للماركتنج بتاعهم، بحيث ان اي حد حب يتواصل معاهم او هي حابه تعمل مشروع للتي او تي هي كمان نقدر ان احنا نديها النو هاو. عملنا حاجه اسمها الدعم الفني، التكنيكال سبورت، على اساس حاجتين، ان كل منتج من ده يبقى قابل للتسويق، بيبقاش بس مجرد منتج ويحس يبقى مش يعني بس منتج وخلاص. فالتكنيكال سبورت ده كان فيه اساتذه من كليه الفنون الجميله مع اليونسكو كل 3 شهور بيجوا يبصوا على مستوى التدريب للبنت ومستوى المنتج قابل للتسويق او غير قابل للتسويق. بعد كده وده كان اخر المشروعات الخاصه بالمراه، اهتمينا جدا بان يبقى في مشروع بقى للمراه. احنا اهتمينا بالنوبه ثم انتقلنا بعد كده على المراه، وده كان برضو في الجرنه في الاقصر، وكان هو بصفه عامه الاهالي الاقصر سميناه تمكين الحرف التراثيه، احياء الحرف التراثيه بتمكين الاسر المصريه بصفه عامه. كان في فوكال طبعا بعض البروجكت زي الالاباستر كجزء من الحضاره الفرعونيه، يعني الالاباستر يعتبر من اهم الحجاره الفرعونيه، ودي طبعا ده بالذات كان محتاجين فيه رجاله كتير قوي ومنتج رجالي، يعني انه صعب وفيه تكسير، لكن هنكتشف في النهايه ان اللي قام على هذا التدريب القام وخد الموضوع بجديه كان كلهم سيدات، معظمهم سيدات، يمكن 3 رجال، لكن معظم اللي خدوا التدريب واشتغلوا عليه رغم ان هو كان شاق جدا وبيحتاج قوه يعني جامده. فيعني حسينا ان لا السيدات هم اللي انجزوا في هذا الموضوع. ولغايه النهارده ويمكن ان شاء الله في الفيديو برضه الموجود ان احنا عملنا مع الدوكيومنتيشن عملنا DVD وسجلنا تحرك المدرب ازاي عشان حتى كل بنت وهي ماشيه في النهايه تقدر تراجع دوت على الCD او الDVD او الPDF بقى، يعني كان بتكلم على 2007 و8 كان DVDات وحاجات كده. انا شايفه انا حضرتك عايز تسال فانا هقف لغايه كده وهتكلم بعد كده على how we can enhancement بقى. Thank you. شكرا واسف على
Thank you so much Dr. John.
It's a journey.
Very interesting, very compacted information, but it gives you very interesting insights of what the massive things that you've done as you work with the communities. It's impressive. We'll move a little bit to the east, to the experience of Jordan, and this is where the linkages with second convention that I mentioned is more interesting. The linkages with the 2005 convention. And there's been initiatives in design and crafts in Jordan, so Time is going to speak about that.
مساء الخير جميعا. Good evening everyone. I would like to begin by talking about Jordan first in Arabic. وليش مهمة لهذا النقاش الإقليمي. أولاً الحرف بالأردن ما عمرها بلشت كجزء من اقتصاد إبداعي أو أي خطة وطنية كبيرة. هي بلشت كوسيلة للعيش وكتير يعني بكتير من المناطق الريفية وبالسياقات اللي بتقودها النساء. فكانت وما زالت الحرف أولاً وسيلة لتوليد الدخل، لنقل المعرفة عبر الأجيال والتعبير عن الهوية والارتباط بالمكان. فلفترة طويلة الحرف ظلت لها قيمة اجتماعية كبيرة، بس اقتصادياً ظلت على الهامش. هلا هذا الحكي بلش يتغير مع مبادرات مثل أسبوع عمان للتصميم، واللي هو منصة وطنية تجمع بين المصممين والحرفيين والمعماريين، وبتحكي عن الثقافة وعن المدينة وعن طرق الإنتاج. بس ببدايات أسبوع عمان للتصميم، هو هاي السنة رح تكون السنة السادسة، بالبدايات كان بيعكس هذا الفصل الموجود بالواقع بين نحكي الحرفة والتصميم. فمثلا بالبدايات كان التصميم دائما هو بالواجهة، يعني كأعمال نهائية موجودة بمعارض رئيسية، يعني هم بياخذوا الحصة الكبيرة من الإكسبوجر والظاهرية يعني بس والحرف كان دائما بتنحط بمكان تاني، كنا بنسميها حي الحرف، وأكتر بيركز على العملية والتقليد أو البروسيس اند تراديشن. هلا حتى بدون قصد، يعني it wasn't intentional، بس هذا الإشي خلق شعور إنه التصميم هو أهم وأحدث، خاصة عند الشباب والزوار العالميين، يعني الانترناشونال فيزيتورز اللي ما عندهم فكرة عن الحرفة الأردنية وبس عم بيشوفوا المصممين. مع الوقت وبعد كذا دورة وسبيشلي إنه فترة كورونا قطعنا وكان عندنا وقت جاب، رجعنا عدنا النظر بهذا الموضوع. صار بالنسبة لنا تحدي وفرصة كمان كيف منغير الطريقة اللي بنطلع عليها على شغلتين، على التصميم وعلى الحرفة. فصرنا إن نشتغل على الحوار بين المصممين والحرفيين ونعرض العملية والنتيجة بنفس المساحات، ونتعامل معهم كمتساويين بالعمل الإبداعي. فلهاي السنة بأسبوع عمان التصميم بطل عنا حي الحرف وبطل عنا المعرض الرئيسي، صار كله عم نشارك كل الحرفيين والمصممين والمهندسين بنفس العملية الإبداعية. هلا إذا نيجي نعكسه على الخليج، لما نطلع على دول الخليج ومنها الكويت، الصورة مختلفة شوي، لأنه الحرف هون داخلة ضمن خطة أكبر واقتصاد، يعني خطة أكبر للاقتصاد الإبداعي وللسياحة وللرؤى الوطنية. فتجربة الأردن بتورجينا أهمية البدء بالإنسان والمعرفة والعملية، والخليج ممكن يورجينا كيف السياسات والاستثمار ممكن يوسعوا التأثير. I think التحدي المشترك يعني إقليميا كيف ندمج بين هدول الطرفين، كيف نكبر السوق ونزيد الظهور من دون ما نخلق هاي الهرمية، وكيف نخلي الحرف قريبة من الشباب أكتر ومستدامة ومتصلة بالاقتصاد الإبداعي. وأظن إنه هاي أفكار كتير ممكن تغذي إعلان الكويت. شكرا.
Thank you so much, Taima. Thank you for alluding on the challenges of the expectations of design as a sector and crafts as a tradition, and how it is still considered, and what is the complementarity of the both. It's a challenging transition, but we do realize the synergies exist more and more, and cultural expressions around crafts exist more and more in many contexts, and create a lot of businesses and community engagement. So I'd like to continue now with Jawed Mansour, who is going to speak about examples from UNESCO activities that were done in Maghreb, but also more specifically in Palestine. Please.
Thank you, Rasul. And first of all, I would like to thank البيت السدو والمجلس الوطني للثقافة والفنون والآداب والورد Crafts Association for this collaboration, hosting the second forum here in Kuwait, and to meet all of those artisans and see yesterday those a lot of crafts here and there from everywhere. It was really interesting to see and experience. So thank you all. For my intervention, because like we have from East to West, I gonna merge between both of them. So I gonna draw on examples of UNESCO intervention in the Maghreb and in Palestine. And before I delve into those interventions, I want to draw your attention on the challenges, because my focus here on the endangered crafts. And my question, like as UNESCO, before we do any kind of intervention, we do an assessment, or we ask ourselves with our partners on the ground, like why this craft become endangered. So in Maghreb, the interesting thing, and I think I didn't hear it much here in the hall, is the climate change. So in Maghreb, they could identify, and I will come later on the crafts, that there are 16 crafts, like after national inventorying, they identified 74 kind of technical skills and traditional skills and know-how that is at a risk of extinction. And later on, they could, identify the most urgent crafts to protect or to safeguard, and why they, like when we dig in, why those crafts become endangered. So most of all, because of the drought, because of floods, flash floods, those kind of climate changes affected the plantation, the plants that is the source of crafts, the raw material of the crafts, like the wood, also the livestock. The animals, what are feeding now is different than life in the past, and especially with agricultural, pastoral, tribal kind of lifestyles. That affect also the animals. So the wool yarn, for example, is no longer the same as the one that is now used to produce, and those kind of changes in the wood affected, for example, thoya wood, العرعر in Maghreb, which is used for woodworks, cedar wood, for example. All of those kinds of plants are now affected, and therefore, as a consequence, affecting the know-how, how the craft is produced. And also the international, this kind of globalization, it opened many opportunities for us, but also as a threat for our crafts, because the materials that now are bringing from outside, we are lazy to produce it inside. So because it's cheaper to bring it, for example, from China. And so the climate change is a key threat, which put 16 identified by UNESCO, and as Rasul said, there is a specific ministry in Maghreb for especially Morocco for crafts called the Ministry of Artisans and Crafts, part of tourism as well of. Ministry of Tourism, that they deal with these things. So UNESCO intervention was to revive and safeguard those skills, and I will come later maybe to explain how we did it. And now we are trying to duplicate it in Tunisia and Mauritania. It's a kind of a global project, but I just focused on those because our scope of reflection in the Arab region, and in UNESCO we have under the Arab region 19 countries. So I took the Maghreb first, and then in Palestine the threats for crafts is a bit different. Maybe it's a bit specific, but it's somehow. Within the scope of countries that is affected by conflict, by war, by long years of occupation. So in Palestine, the case is a bit different. There is a huge challenge on accessing the market, whether local market, like for example, before joining UNESCO, I was a volunteer, and I did the research on Tatriz, a Palestinian embroidery. I was working with an association that rehabilitate Ottoman houses, and then they use it for women's center, youth centers, and part of activation those places was to build capacities of youth on some crafts. and part of it was embroidery. So a kind of intergenerational skills and knowledge transfer to the younger generations. And in that, like specifically for embroidery, the issue was, for example, now we can import traditional thobe from China with very cheap prices. It's like machine embroidery. And like, for example, when I did the research, one of the old ladies who have a specific technique called القطبان التحريرة from Bethlehem, and unfortunately she passed away, but hopefully she could transmit a lot of knowledge to her daughters and a lot of young ladies who attended the training workshops. And like she asked me to dress one of the thobes that she spent months to produce it. And I was, as you know, I was a bit of scared because I didn't want to have any kind of to cause any problem to the thobe when I put it on and put it off, you know, because of my size. so because she told me it cost her, she sell it in $3,000. And as a student back then, I couldn't, I will not be able to afford if any thing happened to that to the thobe. But now I can address something produced in China with $10, you know, or $20. So this is a big problem. Like the machinery work sometimes affected the authentic, like kind of you know. Some people saying that it has a soul when it is, you know, worked by hand, you know, handicraft. It's, you give it part of your soul. So this is kind of soulless dresses. It's available, but yeah. And the other thing is, you know, accessing in international markets because of situation back home, accessing markets also between the cities because of the multiple hundreds of checkpoints between the cities. So craftsmen cannot, craft persons cannot reach the market to get the raw materials that they use to produce the craft. And yeah, so these are different sort of challenges that facing crafts, which put the basis how later some you know, international organizations with the help with the local authorities can think to safeguard endangered heritage.
Thank you very much, Jawida. Thank you for bringing this different, diverse experiences that would also echoes with the problem of you know, intellectual property rights, but also value chain. I mean, crafts, value chain is very important for crafts especially. So thank you for sharing the views. I'd like to get a quick round of questions, maybe one question per panelist for the sake of time. Dr. Randa, you spoke about different experiences in safeguarding heritage to local communities in the particular area where you worked. And how do you think, because we always speak about return of the creativity to the communities, how do you think these activities that you led have actually improved quality of life of those communities? Thank you.
Thank you. يعني أولاً كنا دايماً بنحط خطة السستينابيليتي أو خطة الاستمرارية والاستدامة ما بعد الانتهاء من المرحلة الخاصة بالتدريب ووضع البرامج التراثية. فيمكن يعني يحضرني من بعد يوم التراث العالمي احنا دعينا وزير التضامن الاجتماعي، ويمكن ده كان بداية يعني تبوئي عملي كمساعدة لوزير التضامن في 2006 و5. هو هذا العمل التراثي لما جمعنا في الأوبرا كل الفعاليات الخاصة بالتراث وطلعنا ثيم جديد يمكن حضراتكم كلكم تسمعوا عنه، معرض ديارنا. ديارنا كان واحد من المنتجات اللي من خلال اليونسكو قدرنا نعرض على وزير التضامن الاجتماعي، والحمد لله ديارنا النهارده هو انترناشونال ثيم، مش بيجمع بس الحرف التراثيه ومعارضها في مصر والدول العربيه، وكمان بيكون في كتير من الجهات العربيه بتشارك في معرض تراثنا للحرف اليدويه. كان من ضمن النتائج الكويسه جدا كمان احنا حطينا بلاتفورم للماركتينج. البلاتفورم دوت بنحط عليه كل منتج بيتم تصويره وبيتحط ازاي يقدر يتباع اونلاين، وازاي ان الناس تقدر تكتسب دوت من شغلها. كمان كان لينا شريك عظيم، 2 شركاء عظماء حقيقه. اول واحد امازون، وامازون عملها كسي اس ار بروجكت ليه، ان هو يقدر يوصل كل المنتجات ويعرضها من خلاله على الويب سايت الخاص بيه كجزء من المسؤوليه المجتمعيه. والنقطه الثانيه كانت في التلي صح كلمه بقوله صح، التلي وهو احد اهم الحرف في سوهاج، وده معمول ومصنوع من الفضه او الذهب. حاجه رائعه، تجربه رائعه، مصر عظيمه. يمكن معانا يعني المؤرخه العظيمه للمجال التراثي في مصر، انا بتشرف ان حضرتك موجوده معانا في الحقيقه، لان ده كان حاجه عظيمه جدا. الديزاينر العالميه ماري لوي المصريه اطلقت اكتر من فاشن شو للمنتج التلي عشان تقدر تبيعه. ومش كده كمان، الحمد لله اصبح النهارده موجود في هارودز، موجود في اماكن كتيره دوليه وعالميه، وده كمنتج في منتهى المحليه المصريه، واللي دعمه اليونسكو واللي وثقه ودخله في التراث ايضا اليونسكو. عايزه كمان اقول سريعا ان احنا ما زلنا عندنا كمان حاجات جميله جدا. احنا عندنا حاجه اسمها الفركه، واحنا بنشتغل على تجميع التراث. الفركه دي هي البشمينه زي البشمينه الهندي، طبعا مع يعني طبعا الاعتزاز الكتير للبشمينه، ولكن هي صنعت بالقطن طويل التيله المصري، فاصبح مفيش تنافسيه، هو في رؤيه محليه توصل الى العالميه. ودي منظمه الصحه العالميه كتبت عليها انها من الاجود المنتجات اللي ممكن يستخدمها الانسان وصالحه للاستخدام الادمي. ودي كانت من الحاجات الرائعه، لانها دي فركه بتطلع من منطقه اسمها نقاده في قنا في صعيد مصر. في الحقيقه يمكن بضم صوتي عندي تعليقين على جاهده ان هو اول حاجه في الاردن في تجربه عظيمه. انا اتشرفت من خلال الاميره بسمه الحسين ومؤسسات جهد، صح كده جهد، الملكه الاميره بسمه عندها مؤسسه اسمها جهد. احنا تشرفنا بتقييم اعمالها بدايه من اقرب نقطه الى فلسطين الى وصولا للبحر الميت، وقد ايه تجربه الاردن كانت رائعه جدا كمجتمع مدني في انها ربطت بين التراث والبيئه، سواء في منتجات بيئيه او صحيه زي منتجات الزعتر ومنتجات العطريه، وايضا كمان الاماكن الخاصه بالحمايه الطبيعيه، ولغايه وصولا الى منتجات البحر الميت. وقد ايه ربطت بين ده وبين الثقافه وبين التسويق وبين الهويه التراثيه والتمكين الاقتصادي. وعايزه ارد على جاهده، عندك حق، انا بزعل قوي، ويمكن ده انا كنت عايزه اقول مقترح في وجود الشيخ بيبي ووجود الساده الحضور. احنا عايزين نعمل اتحاد عربي للحرف التراثيه للحفاظ على الهويه والتمكين الاقتصادي في مواجهه الحفاظ على المنتج العربي في مواجهه المنتج الصيني. لان بزعل قوي لما بشتري هرم مصري او اشتري سجاده صلاه هرم صيني وسجاده صلاه صينيه وسبحه صينيه وفانوس صيني بمناسبه رمضان. فيعني انا ما عنديش حاجه اعلقها تاني غير ان انا بصراحه كنت كتبت كلمتين عايزه اقولهم لليونسكو. سيبقى اليونسكو بالنسبة لنا ذراع لإطلاق مئات الآلاف من المبادرات والمشروعات التي تمس حياة مئات الآلاف من البشر، وتحفظ الثقافة والتراث وتدعم التعليم وتصنع مستقبل أكثر استدامة للأجيال القادمة. شكرا.
Thank you so much. شكرا. Maybe Taima, you spoke about design and crafts and how these complement each other. What do you think mattered the most for the creative economy in Jordan? Which of these two actually mattered the most?
Design or craft?
Yes.
I think absolutely I would say craft, because it is one of the main one of the essential drivers of economy right now in the country, which is like craft making, and because that's how it's sustaining livelihoods, especially in rural areas and in women-led households. And so, yeah, craft would always be the necessity and the thing that matters the most.
Thanks very much, Tim. And Jawida, you spoke about Palestinian embroidery. What do you think were the innovative approaches to embroidery that allowed continuing the revitalization and safeguarding of that craft for the future generations?
Thank Rasul. Maybe before I answer this question, I just want to say like how those two initiatives that I mentioned from UNESCO, how we see innovation on that approaches, because like the first one, when we could identify in Maghreb that the threat is coming from climate change effects, then the approach was to integrate the UN framework convention on climate change into the national policies and national development strategy. And by that we could identify the number of vulnerable crafts, and then we worked with the craftsmen to build capacities of young people. We worked with more than 50,000 young persons to teach them through the master skills that other like the heritage bearers are on, and by that we could revive those crafts. And in Palestine, the embroidery with the national efforts was included in 2021 in UNESCO. It was inscribed in UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity. So by that we could protect it from being stolen and used by other entities that might exploit or assimilate it. From my work on the ground, and now UNESCO with the grassroots organizations and individuals, because in Arab countries there are associations who take care of the crafts, but also there are individuals who work by it's kind of bottom-up approach, especially in the case of Palestine. We depend on individuals and artisans who own those skills to protect it because of our fragile, government. So now with UNESCO, there is an initiative to protect 6 crafts, including glass, olive wood, carving, bamboo, and other crafts. Through that, we launched with UNESCO grants for individuals and crafts association, which will like the winners of those grants will go through a building capacity for those associations, and we also kind of training them and teaching them somehow how to apply for Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. It's one of the UNESCO funds that can benefit, some individuals and countries can benefit from grants to revive or to implement initiatives related to safeguarding cultural heritage. Back to your question, from my own experience, I found out that niche market on crafts is a way of marketing and approaching, certain markets that is willing to pay and sort of. Like, for example, the association I was working with in Jerusalem, they specialized in reviving the thobes. Thobes is the traditional Palestinian dress that has a lot of embroidery, and before the Palestinian catastrophe or Nakba in 1948, it was a geographic related thobe. Like, for example, you could identify this woman if she's married or not, if she's from Ramallah or Jerusalem or Jenin, just by seeing the patterns and the motives on her dress, which later, because of the catastrophe, changed with the issue of displacement and, being in camps, and the people merged together and they start implementing whatever patterns on their thobes. Even the patterns, it changed, like, in the past it was like the Canaan star, the peacock, olive leaves patterns, but with the displacement and the catastrophe, we adopted other symbols like the flag, the key, the return key, etc. So having the Nishi market is by reviving the thobe of those villages that totally destroyed in 1948, and it was vanished. Like there are 400 villages that is totally destroyed. So the association I was working as a volunteer with, they revived the thobes of those like Beit Dajan, certain villages, and making a copy of original copy kind of those thobes to revive the dresses that is lost forever. And nowadays there are like other like including the motive of the embroidery in designing of bags, jewelry, for example. Like my necklace here, I have a Canaan star or those elements that is before was only on the dress. Nowadays they are using it on bags and mirrors or other stuff.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to all the panelists. It was just a glimpse of experiences from the Arab states. Of course, it's much, much more, and diversity of heritage and the complexities of challenges actually are massive. So I'd like to thank all the panelists for this presentation, but also the organizers for this amazing opportunity. It's great to be here, and we're open for questions if you have any. We're still here today, tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your wonderful insights, and thank you very much to all the panelists who made this a truly fulfilling day. And I'd like to invite all of you back again here tomorrow morning. We start again at 10 o'clock, and we have another 4 panels tomorrow. And hopefully they'll be as exciting. So thank you very much. Have a nice evening, and see you all tomorrow.